Court's now in session. Honorable Stephen W. Boyd, Judge presiding.
Thank you. Please be seated. All right, Mr. Bailiff, if we could have the jurors brought in, please. Okay, thanks.
All right. Here's our president counted for your honor.
Thank you. Please be seated. All right, good morning, everyone. We are back on the record on case CR 22-21-1623, State of Idaho versus Chad Guy Daybell. We're continuing with evidence in the state's case in chief. The state has witnesses to call today. The court will note that the jurors are all present and accounted for, properly seated. The court has received the juror affirmation from all 18 jurors. Thank you again, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, for continuing to follow the court's instruction each day when we break. At this time, then, I understand the state has its next witness to call. Who's going to be examining the witness?
I will be, Your Honor. The state will call Dr. Eric Christensen.
All right, you can go ahead and call your witness. I'll note also the defendant is present with counsel, so Dr. Christensen can be sworn once he arrives in the courtroom.
And he is headed up.
Thank you. I'll just note one other quick thing on the record too. I did have a sidebar with counsel this morning, just in terms of scheduling and planning. That was discussed off the record in terms of proposals for timing of witnesses and wrapping up the state's case in chief as well, and when that may occur. So thank you for the information, counsel.
Solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
Yeah.
All right, thank you. You can be seated here. Okay, thank you. Okay, now that the witness has been sworn, before we commence with testimony, I just want to inquire, because this case has been live streamed on the court's official channel as well as other news media outlets. and open to the public. So Dr. Christensen, there's an exclusionary order preventing witnesses from observing other trial testimony. Have you at all watched or observed any of the trial testimony since the case began?
No,
Okay. Have you discussed with anyone else the testimony they've given at trial?
no.
Okay. Thank you for affirming that. With that, Ms. Blake, you can inquire, and I will note with this particular witness, if we are getting into any kind of medical terms and testimony, please bear in mind that our court reporter is taking a record of everything said. So please speak slow enough that she can keep up, and she can go very fast, but sometimes it's tough with medical terminology. So Ms. Blake, if you'd like to inquire, you may.
Thank you, Your Honor. Would you please state your name and spell it for the record?
Yes, Eric Christensen, E-R-I-K, last name C-H-R-I-S-T-E-N-S-E-N.
Are you currently employed?
I'm currently self-employed.
What position, did you recently retire from a position?
Yes, I retired on April 1st as the chief medical examiner for the state of Utah.
How long had you held that position as a chief medical examiner?
I'd been in that position since 2016 and had been in the office there since 2008.
Prior to working there in Utah, had you worked at other medical examiners' offices?
Yes, I trained in forensic pathology in 2000 to 2001 and then was employed in that office for a year. Then I worked in South Carolina at the Greenville County Medical Examiner's Office for 6 years before moving to Utah.
And what education do you have in order to be a forensic pathologist?
I have an undergraduate degree in philosophy from Brigham Young University. I have a medical degree from the University of Virginia in Charlottesville, Virginia. And then I completed internship training in pediatrics at Walter Reed Army Medical Center, and then did 4 years of anatomic and clinical pathology training at Madigan Army Medical Center. And then after leaving the Army, completed a 1-year fellowship training program in forensic pathology at the Office of the Chief Medical Examiner in Richmond, Virginia.
Can you explain a little bit about what a pathologist is?
Sure. Pathology is a specialty of medicine, just like surgery or internal medicine or pediatrics. And it is primarily aimed at the diagnosis of diseases, disease conditions, abnormalities of the body by evaluation of fluids, cell samples, tissue samples, and in some cases, autopsy samples as well.
When you reference autopsies, is that a special branch of forensic pathology?
Autopsies, training in autopsy performance is part of general training for all pathology residents in anatomic pathology. And then training in forensic autopsies is a separate part of the 1-year fellowship in forensic pathology.
In Utah, because you've worked in some other jurisdictions or some other areas, correct?
Yes.
In Utah, with regard to a death certificate, who is it that would determine the cause and manner of death?
So in probably 80% or so of the deaths in the state, death certificates are signed by whoever the person's attending physician is. If they have a doctor who knows their health conditions and understands why they might have died, then that person will sign the death certificate. For the 20% or so cases that fall under the jurisdiction of the medical examiner in Utah, those deaths are certified by one of the forensic pathologists at the Office of the Medical Examiner. And those deaths are things that you would expect would fall to the jurisdiction of the medical examiner, deaths that are sudden, unexpected, violent, or otherwise non-natural.
And you referenced the medical examiner system. Are you familiar with another type of system used?
Yes, nationally, there is not a lot of uniformity to death investigation systems. At the time, just historically, most states had coroners that were part of the constitutional structure of each state, just like the constitution of the state might say each county shall have a sheriff that's elected on this cycle. Most of them also had a provision that said each county will have a coroner that will be elected on such and such a cycle with these required qualifications. Starting in the late 1800s, there was some change of that over time. So now there is really kind of a hybrid across the country where you have some states that still exclusively have county-based coroner death investigation systems. You have some states like Utah that are entirely medical examiner systems. And then you have others that are hybrid where maybe some of the larger metropolitan areas will have medical examiners, but the smaller rural counties will still have coroners.
And to be clear, you are not a coroner. Is that correct?
I am not.
And so your actual title would be medical examiner?
Yes.
And is the difference with that in large part your education and training?
It's mostly a difference in what the background is. To be a forensic pathologist, you essentially go through the things that I outlined in my education. You're required to have a medical degree. You're required to have training in forensic pathology. All 10 of the doctors in my office, where I recently retired from, are board certified forensic pathologists. Whereas in most states, the requirements to be a coroner are that you be elected, that you be an adult. Some places require to be a registered voter, and you can't have any felony convictions or some variation of that.
And generally speaking, coroners do not perform autopsies, correct?
As a rule, they do not.
So that would be left to a medical examiner,
To a forensic pathologist.
forensic pathologist. So when you worked in systems that had a coroner, would you still then be the person that would conduct an autopsy if one was ordered?
Yes.
And under the medical examiner system, so let me back up. In those jurisdictions, is it the coroner that would make the decision to perform an autopsy initially or to request one?
That varies a little bit from place to place as well. In most cases, it is a decision of the coroner to decide whether an autopsy needs to be done in a given case where coroners exist.
And under the medical examiner system, who makes that determination?
It's done by the medical examiner.
So a forensic pathologist, someone with that additional training and experience.
Yes.
Do you know approximately how many autopsies you have conducted at this point in your career?
I haven't done a final tally since I retired. I will likely keep doing some more, but somewhere around 7,300 at this point.
Did you end up conducting an autopsy on an individual named Tamara or Tammy Daybell?
Yes, I did.
Do you recall approximately when you became involved in the process of starting that autopsy?
We were first, our office in Salt Lake City was first contacted by someone in Fremont County in November, I believe, of 2019.
Do you know if ultimately an order was received from the Utah courts for the exhumation of Tammy's body?
Yes, and under Utah law, for an exhumation to take place, it either requires consent of the family or a court order directing that it be done. And in this case, I attended a hearing in district court in Provo, Utah, where the request was made. I was not part of that request, but was in attendance, and the order was issued.
Were you present when Tammy's body was exhumed?
I was.
And were you present when her body was loaded for transportation to the office of the Utah Medical Examiner?
Yes.
Did you see her casket loaded into the transportation vehicle?
I did, yes.
When a body is exhumed, is it common for you or someone from your office to attend the exhumation?
Yes.
And are there specific reasons that your office or someone from your office would attend the exhumation process?
There are a number of reasons that exhumations are done, And depending on what the reason is that it's done, there may be things that we would make a determination about at the time of the exhumation. For example, we had a case a few years ago where someone was being exhumed for the purpose of recovering DNA evidence that had not been collected and was not really usable at the time of that person's death in the 70s. And as the grave was opened and the vault was opened, it was clear that the whole thing was, very much waterlogged and saturated. And it became clear at that point it would not have been a useful exercise to continue. And so we did not. But as a rule, there are other things that it gives us good information about the condition of the grave itself. Is it dry? Is it wet? Is it, hot? Whatever, different things that we might look at in the context of it, and to make sure that if there would be, for example, any artifacts introduced. I've been involved in some where people had been buried in old wooden coffins that were very substantially degraded, and with the use of shovels, even with hand tools, sometimes you can have potential artifact introduced. And so if you're there to observe what's happening, you can at least make a determination as to whether there would be whether the artifact occurred at the time of the exhumation or it was something that existed before.
Anything about the exhumation of Tammy that caused you concerns about being able to perform an autopsy?
No.
And as part of your role or your office's role in an autopsy, do you do anything in addition to just performing the autopsy?
Yes. So a forensic autopsy differs from for example, a hospital-based autopsy where the primary, evaluation is aimed at determining what natural disease processes may be present and why the person died from a, mostly medical or physiological standpoint. In a forensic autopsy, we are very interested in evidence as well. And a lot of what we are interested in during an autopsy is what's present on the outside of the body. And so we will spend a lot of time, evaluating the external surfaces of the body before we delve much into the internal parts. But aside from the exam parts of it, the other big difference is that we spend a lot of time reviewing records, statements, police reports, other things that will provide us information of the context of that person's death. So just as when you go to your doctor, you don't just walk in and sit down and he examines you and then tells you what you need. There's a discussion that happens in that context where you relay to your doctor what you've been feeling, what's made it better, what's made it worse, what you've tried that's helped or not helped, and those kinds of things, how long the symptoms have been going on. Obviously, we cannot speak to our patients, but we gather that same type of information about the events leading to that person's death by looking at their medical history, looking at statements from people who knew them, and things of that nature.
With regard to Tammy Daybell, did you in fact obtain some records to review?
Yes, we did.
Did you speak with individuals already involved in the investigation?
Yes.
And did you do some of that work prior to performing the actual autopsy?
Yes, and that's a fairly typical thing to happen in the setting of an exhumation. Because an exhumation is a scheduled event, we have the ability to spend a little time to gather what information is available and readily obtainable before we do the exam. So that if there are things we should focus on, we can do that. So we had initially, I think in this case, some information from the coroner's office. We had some information from the Fremont County Sheriff's Office and a few other items. We didn't have much of her medical history or anything at that point. And I think those were the primary things that we had prior to the exhumation.
In your experience, are exhumations very common?
No.
Have you been involved in autopsies on someone that's been exhumed before Tammy's?
Yes, many times. The first exhumation case I was involved in was 1998.
And when you're conducting an autopsy on someone that's exhumed, does it differ greatly from how you conduct an autopsy on someone that was not exhumed?
It really depends on their level of preservation. How well the person was embalmed, how long they had been interred, how the condition of the grave, as I'd mentioned, the waterlogged grave would substantially degrade the condition of the body. All of those things play into what kind of condition the body is in. In forensic pathology, we get fairly accustomed to examining embalmed bodies because frequently people are sent to the funeral home before somebody realized they needed to report the death to us. And so they get embalmed right away, and then they find out, oh, we needed to see them. So they come over and we perform an autopsy on that embalmed person. But for someone that's been interred, I've seen people that were both embalmed and not embalmed. I've seen people that had been, deceased for less than 2 months. I've seen people that have been in the ground for over 25 years. And the conditions really vary widely depending on that variety of factors that I talked about, the condition of the grave, the quality of the embalming, and I guess those are probably the two main things that make a difference there.
And when you performed or when you were part of the autopsy, was someone else involved in performing the autopsy with you?
Yes. At the time, we had trained people to be forensic pathologists in our office, and at that time, our trainee was Dr. Lily Marsden. She was nearing the end of her training year, and she also had already received training and certification in anatomic and pediatric pathology and was working with us to be a trained forensic pathologist as well.
Is it fair to say that you and Dr. Marsden conducted the autopsy in conjunction with each other?
Yes. I mean, the way that generally works is the trainee is primarily doing the exam itself with essentially me standing there watching the whole time and guiding and directing, okay, you should probably do this. You should probably do this. Over the course of a year, our fellows become very adept at knowing what to do. This obviously was the first exhumation she'd been involved with, so I was a lot more hands-on, even though it was the end of her training year.
As you were conducting the autopsy, did you and Dr. Marsden discuss some of your findings?
Yes, we discussed them both as we went and extensively discussed them subsequent to that. And the findings in the case are things that develop over time. We do the exam on the day we do the exam, but then we then get additional results as time goes by. We get additional records to review. We get toxicology results. We get other things that then require subsequent discussion and evaluation.
And can you walk us through how an autopsy is conducted?
Sure. In general, an autopsy begins with a detailed external examination. Initially, we photograph and document the condition of the body as it is when they arrive in the office. So that whether they're clothed, unclothed, whatever condition they're in, we take photos initially as soon as they arrive, and then again at the beginning of the examination. We then look over the external surfaces of the body to document any damage to clothing, injuries to clothing, any visible injuries on the outside of the body. And then at that point, we will generally remove the clothing and photograph the clothing separately, and then photograph the body unclothed before we clean it. Then we clean it and take photographs again. If we find injuries, we take detailed photographs of those injuries, and all of that on the external surfaces of the body. If we find other things like fibers, hairs, other things, we will generally collect those as well. Once the external examination is complete, then we open the body and look at all of the organs from the brain and then the tongue all the way down to the rectum. and all the organs in between to assess their condition, look for the presence or absence of natural disease, take samples for toxicology testing, and whatever other information we might need. There are some times that we do specialized dissections. Most of those are in the setting of trauma cases, where we will do detailed examinations of the neck or the spine or other things. But those examinations are sort of dictated by what we encounter as we go along. And we also do X-rays. Sorry, at many cases do X-rays just to evaluate the presence or absence of skeletal trauma, because that's much easier to see with X-rays than it is during an exam.
I apologize. When you're looking at the injuries on the body, is there a way to determine a time frame of when those injuries might have occurred in relation to death?
Yes, is the short answer. There are a number of things that we look at that can provide indicators to us as to the age of the injuries, but many injuries, you can't really tell the age by looking, specifically related to a lot of blunt injuries, particularly bruises. It's very difficult sometimes to tell just from the appearance of the bruise whether it's new or old. I think all of us have had the experience of having a bruise that turns, initially maybe blue or
Judge,
purple.
I'm going to object at this point. It's become a bit of a narrative, and I've been patient, but
Sustained.
Dr. Christensen, when you talk about bruising, can you explain a little bit about what we see with bruises? I think you were talking about different colorations that we might see with those.
Yes. The colors basically don't necessarily tell you anything about the age of the bruise until you start seeing colors like yellow and green and brown that are the result of hemoglobin pigment degradation. But to see a bruise, whether it's red or blue or purple, you can't really tell when any of those are of a specific age or not. They might be recent, they might be older.
In conducting the autopsy on Tammy Daybell, did you and Dr. Marsden in fact reach a conclusion as to the cause and manner of death?
Yes.
What did you determine the cause of death to be?
Judge found objection foundation.
Sustained.
Your Honor, may I respond?
Yes.
He performed the autopsy. So I think he's already testified that he performed the autopsy. So I'm asking what his results of that autopsy were.
And Judge, if I could respond.
Well, on second thought, I will overrule the objection. I'll allow him to make the response, and clearly it's grounds that may be gone into on cross, Mr. Pryor, but you can go ahead, Ms. Blake.
What did you determine the cause of death to be?
We ruled her cause of death to be asphyxia.
What did you determine her manner of death to be?
We determined her manner of death to be homicide.
And when you use the term homicide, can you talk about what that means in relation to your office?
Sure. It is different from, for example, how lawyers or police might use that term. For us, homicide is a vital records determination that we make. In this case, we didn't sign the death certificate, but that's the way we use the term. It's a determination of the circumstances surrounding the death, and it means to us that another person was involved in that person's death. It does not imply intent, although it does not exclude it either.
And when we talk about asphyxia, can you tell the jury what you mean by the term asphyxia?
Asphyxia means that the person was unable to get enough oxygen.
Can there be a number of causes or different means by which asphyxia can occur?
Yes.
Can you talk about some of those?
Sure. You can have asphyxia can result from anything that occludes the airway, either externally or internally. So smothering of any type, anything that blocks the mouth and nose. could lead to asphyxia. Choking, anything that blocks the airway internally, whether it's food or something stuffed in someone's mouth or whatever, maybe all of those things can lead to asphyxia. Asphyxia can also result from drowning. Drowning is technically a form of asphyxia. You can also have asphyxial deaths that result from chemical asphyxiants. Carbon monoxide is one of those. Cyanide is another that impair your body's ability to release oxygen to tissues, and so they don't get enough oxygen.
And you talked a little bit about the process of an autopsy already. Any other obvious injuries that would have been the cause of her death?
The only that would be the cause of her death, no.
Can you walk us through how you ended up reaching your conclusion that this was the cause of death was asphyxiation?
Sure. So as I was just asked, we didn't find any traumatic injury that would explain her death. We also didn't find any natural disease that would explain her death. Her heart was completely normal. Her lungs were normal, except for some fluid buildup in them. Her liver, kidneys, all of her organs were normal. And so we did not identify an anatomic or pathologic explanation for her death. She did have the only real finding she had, apart from, no lethal trauma and no significant natural disease, was some bruising on her arms and one bruise on her chest. And then when we get to that point, essentially no findings that will explain the death directly, then there are a limited number of things that can explain a death in that context. One is asphyxia. Obviously, that's what we ruled it to be. And that can be, any number of things that, as I discussed, that can lead to asphyxia. But in this case, we believe primarily was related to some form of suffocation. But other things that can lead to death in that context that leave no findings for us to see would be things like seizures. There are inherited and even acquired forms of heart rhythm disturbances that can lead to a sudden death with nothing for us to see at autopsy. And then obviously drug intoxications don't leave anything for us to see. She did have, as I said, some fluid in her lungs. That's a very common finding in the setting of drug deaths. And one of the reasons that we spent a lot of time trying to evaluate for intoxicants that might possibly have led to her death.
And if we break that down a little bit, and I don't know if you use this term, but negative autopsy. Can you explain what a negative autopsy is?
Yeah, essentially what I was just getting at, where we don't have findings, we don't have pathology, we don't have trauma that explains death. We have essentially normal, a person with normal anatomy who has died.
And so in this case, when we talk about it being a negative autopsy, is that because there was not a clear way to determine the cause of death right away?
Yes.
And you talked about one of the other potentials when you're dealing with a negative autopsy as being seizures. Is that correct?
Yes.
Can you explain a little bit about what a seizure is?
Sure. A seizure is a manifestation externally in some fashion of abnormal electrical discharges in the brain. That can be what you typically think of as a seizure, where someone goes stiff and collapses and then convulses. People can also have what are called partial seizures, where they may have movement of one part of their body, or they may have staring spells or other things of that nature as a result of seizure activity. But it's abnormal electrical changes in the brain that result in abnormal behavior, usually associated with loss of consciousness, and also not under the person's control. They just happen.
Have you conducted autopsies before where there were signs that a seizure had occurred or there had been seizure activity?
Yes.
And where would those signs usually show up?
So there's a number of ways. Sometimes those signs show up in the body. Sometimes they show up in the medical records. There's a variety of ways that we have to, evaluate the role of seizures in a death. From a historical standpoint, if somebody has a history of epilepsy, then obviously that can contribute. But looking at the person's body, the main things that we might see would be things that you would expect: trauma to the person's tongue, for example, and that can be recent or old. And then evidence of incontinence of either bowel or bladder. Those would be the primary two main physical findings that we might see, but certainly people with seizures are known to die suddenly and unexpectedly in the absence of having had a recent seizure. Having seizures, having a diagnosis of epilepsy puts you at risk for sudden death. And so it's not, certainly we don't have to have those things if someone has a well-established history to attribute their death to a seizure disorder or epilepsy. But in the absence of significant history and the absence of anatomic findings, we don't generally are not going to call a death as seizure related. And it's also not uncommon for people to have seizures as a terminal event. If, for example, you have a heart attack and your heart's not beating normally and your brain's not getting enough oxygen, you may seize. Or if you're diabetic and hypoglycemic, you may seize, but that's not because you have seizures. It's because of some other condition contributing to that.
During Tammy's autopsy, did you find any physical signs of seizure activity?
We did not.
And you reviewed Tammy's medical records, is that correct?
Yes.
Any signs of seizure activity in her medical records?
There's no mention.
In your experience, would it be uncommon for someone Tammy's age to have all of a sudden developed seizures?
It would be very unlikely.
And do you know how old she was?
49 at the time of her death.
Do you recall reviewing some information provided by Chad Daybell to the coroner or a deputy about Tammy having seizures?
I reviewed some records from the coroner, yes, that mentioned that he had said she had had some shaking spells or fits or something. I don't recall the exact verbiage, but something that suggested that, yes.
Did you find anything to support that Tammy had had seizures in your review of her medical records and or the autopsy?
No.
And I think you mentioned, I may say this wrong, but arrhythmia.
Yes. Mm-hmm.
Can you explain a little bit about what arrhythmia would be or arrhythmia irregularities?
Sure. Your heart, in addition to being a pump, is also a very electrically dependent organ. Your heart's normal pumping function is dependent on electrical impulses traveling in a normal way through the heart. And those electrical impulses happen the way they do because there are what are called ion channels that open and close and allow electrolytes to move through the heart and propagate those impulses. There are both inherited disorders of those channels as well as acquired things. Those channels can be impacted by certain medications and other things that put people at risk of sudden death by prolonging their what's called their QT interval. And so they having either of those, either something acquired because of medication or something that has been inherited, would put a person at risk of sudden death.
And when you looked at Tammy's heart, did you see anything that showed irregularities?
No. In those settings, most of the time the heart is going to look normal. And so we would, in any of those settings, we would not expect to see anything abnormal with the heart grossly. Just to look at it, it would look normal. But we also would not expect to see, again, that type of condition manifest itself at her age without some other, if she had, certainly she could have it as an acquired condition at her age. If she had, for example, methadone is very commonly known to do that, but she didn't have any methadone in her system. There are a long list of other medications that can do that. Fluoxetine, which she was on, is also rarely been described as doing that, but she had been on a very stable dose for a very long time and with no indication that that had been a problem for her.
So similar to this sudden onset of seizures, you wouldn't expect to see the cardiac arrhythmia come into play with someone at 49 years old?
Judge, I'm going to object to this point. That's a bit leading.
Sustained.
Would you expect to see the cardiac arrhythmia come into play suddenly in someone 49 years old?
Judge, objection. Leading.
Overruled.
No.
And I believe one of the other things you talked about that could result in a negative autopsy would be some kind of an intoxicant.
Yes.
Are there sometimes signs during the autopsy that you're able to find showing that a death was caused by intoxicants?
There are things that suggest that. There are very few things that will allow that to be diagnosed at the time of autopsy. Most intoxication-related deaths at the time of the autopsy are initially certified as pending further investigation or pending toxicology results. Because there's just not anything that we see. One of the findings that is, though, very suggestive that we see not infrequently is what's called pulmonary edema, which is fluid buildup in the lungs. And it's a nonspecific thing that can result from lots of causes. We see it in drowning cases. We see it in people with heart failure. But we certainly very commonly in our patient population see it in people that overdose, especially on opiates.
When we talk about intoxicants, does that also include poisons?
Yes.
You talked about a lot of times it will be pending some additional testing if an intoxicant is suspected. Did you do some additional testing in this case?
Yes, we did.
And can you talk a little bit about let me back up. Where exactly do you obtain samples on someone that's been embalmed to have that testing done?
Yeah. So as a rule, because someone is embalmed, part of that embalming process involves removing or at least diluting their blood with embalming fluid. So we generally don't have great blood samples to use. We will collect fluid from the vessels that would be a mixture of blood and embalming fluid to test if we wish. But we do our primary testing usually on a tissue sample in an embalmed person, usually liver, because liver provides the best postmortem reference samples for the most number of substances.
And were those samples obtained in Tammy's case?
Yes.
What is then done with those samples?
So we then send them to the lab for analysis. We request testing for a wide variety of analytes. In this case, we tested for hundreds of different prescription, illicit, and over-the-counter medications, as well as a large number of what are called novel psychoactive substances, which are some are illicit, some are not, but they're newer drugs that are being used illicitly. We also did testing for heavy metals, did some testing for pesticides, did testing for some additional biologic toxins, plant-based toxins, and I think those are the primary things. But looked for all of those things in her samples.
Was there anything in the results that would explain her death?
No.
Was more than one agency involved in the testing?
Yes. So we had the majority of the testing was performed by National Medical Services Laboratory in Pennsylvania, which is a sort of the premier forensic toxicology lab in the country. We use them as a reference lab. They test about a third of our cases at the Utah Medical Examiner's Office. And then we also had some testing. They don't, for example, do testing for any of the plant-based toxins. They don't test for nerve agents and those kind of things. And we had those looked for specifically by the state's chemical and biological threat lab.
Would it be fair to say that this was pretty extensive toxicology testing?
Yes.
Was the reason for all the testing because it was a negative autopsy?
Yes. And driven certainly by that, as well as the circumstances surrounding her death.
And in your opinion, did the fact that Tammy was already embalmed inhibit the ability to test for those substances?
For the most part, it did not inhibit the ability to test. Some of the results we had to look at a different analyte because of potentially interfering substances from the embalming fluid. But for the most part, it did not interfere with that at all. And generally, it doesn't.
Was there anything at all from the toxicology testing that stood out to you?
The only significant positive result was the presence of her fluoxetine, which she had been prescribed for a number of years, and was present at a non-toxic level. Beyond that, there were some, a minimal elevation of selenium, which is a heavy metal, also at a non-toxic level, but really nothing else that was significant.
And you had talked about sending out for that toxicology testing in part because of the circumstances surrounding her death, correct?
Yes.
Do you recall some of the circumstances that stood out to you?
Specifically, we would probably do more extensive testing in any case where an exhumation is ordered because of potential criminal activity. So that would be the primary circumstance, if you will, that would drive that for us. Not really any necessarily specifics in this case, but because with an exhumation, you again, like most autopsies, you really only have one chance at getting what you want and being able to test what you need to. Having that be the reason that this person is coming to you is primarily the reason we would drive that. And in conjunction with, then we get to the end of the autopsy and don't have any specific cause of death identified.
And Your Honor, I'm going to ask if I can have States Exhibit 295. I think there were several subparts with it.
Very well.
And Your Honor, I'm going to ask for permission to publish 295E.
All right. Can I have a brief sidebar with counsel?
Yes.
So people want to go on, right?
All right, so there's some photographs that are going to be offered, and I'm not going to permit them to be published to the public in general. They'll be published to the jurors as well as the parties because they're graphic in nature. However, it appears we've got this issue again with the jurors' monitors, and if those are not currently working, that's where you're headed next to publish. Is that correct, Ms. Blake?
That is correct, Your Honor.
Okay, well, we're going to do our best to sort out this monitor issue so the jurors can see these photographs upon their admission, but I think we may have to have tech run up here to sort that issue out again. So we are going to take a morning break at this point and get that resolved as quickly as we can. We'll come back on with additional evidence once those monitors are working. So appreciate your patience, ladies and gentlemen of the jury.
All right, please. All right.
All right, thank you. Please be seated. All right, we'll have the jurors return, please.
Yes, Your Honor.
Oh, thank you. I've got some, but thank you.
All right, please.
All right, thank you, Mr. Bailiff. Please be seated. All right, we're back from the mid-morning recess. I believe we've got the issue sorted with the jurors' monitors. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen, in attendance here for moving over to the other side of the courtroom so that those monitors aren't visible. Ms. Blake, if you'd like to continue with your direct, you may do so.
Thank you, Your Honor. And I had asked to publish, I believe states 295D. I'm going to change that to publish 295J. It's a previously admitted exhibit.
Okay, 295J, previously admitted, may be published.
Thank you, Your Honor. Dr. Christensen, as part of your review of documents provided in this case, do you recall reviewing photos that were taken at the scene of Tammy's death?
I do.
And Judge, I am flying blind here if this is being shown or not.
It is.
Thank you. Dr. Christensen, on that photo, can you see something coming out of Tammy's mouth?
Yes.
Can you describe what we're seeing there?
Yes. This is foam, essentially. It's what a manifestation of pulmonary edema. You can see running down the left side of her face what looks like blood. Pulmonary edema fluid, as it comes up, is edema fluid is just fluid that leaks into the air spaces when it normally should be contained in blood vessels. And as it leaks into the air spaces, normally there is protein and other things within those air spaces to help keep them open. And as the fluid gets in there, it mixes with that protein and creates this bubbly, frothy fluid, which can then bubble up through the airway and out the nose or the mouth, or both.
Can there be several causes of pulmonary edema, or what ultimately causes that, or is it a result from?
Yes, pulmonary edema, again, I think I said previously, is a nonspecific finding that can result from any kind of insult to the lungs. We certainly see it in asphyxial cases. We see it in drowning cases. We see it in the setting of heart failure. We see it in the setting of drug intoxications. Those are probably the primary places where we see it, although really anything that causes respiratory failure can ultimately cause pulmonary edema to manifest in this way, pneumonias and other things.
Did the presence of the pulmonary edema also play into your findings in this matter?
Yes,
And we've talked about Utah being a medical examiner system. So you yourself or another medical or forensic pathologist will respond out to a death scene in Utah, generally speaking.
in cases where the pathologist will respond to scenes where there is a homicide or suspected homicide, or in any case where we're requested to by law enforcement at the scene or our other investigators at the scene.
Do you know in Utah if someone responds out on unattended deaths?
Yes,
And is that generally someone from your office, whether an investigator or otherwise?
yes, it's one of our investigators in most cases.
If you had seen the pulmonary edema, is this a case in which you would have had an autopsy performed?
Given the amount of information that was provided at the scene, what was relayed to me as what was shared at the scene, there's not an adequate explanation or sufficient medical history to explain her death at her age in a sudden and unexpected way without doing an autopsy examination.
I think we've gone over this a little bit, but when you did the internal part of the autopsy, did you notice, was there anything out of the ordinary in relation to Tammy's organs?
No,
Was there anything,
except for her lungs. Sorry.
and can you explain what was out of the ordinary with her lungs?
Her lungs were a little bit on the heavy side, heavier than would normally be expected, and had fluid in them. There were also changes related to her prior embalming. Had you conducted other autopsies where pulmonary edema was present? Yes,
Is pulmonary edema by itself actually a cause of death?
it's not.
Would it be the result of the cause of death?
Yes, it certainly could be. So if someone has pulmonary edema because they drown, drowning would be that. If they have pulmonary edema because they have heart failure, because they've had multiple heart attacks, then the underlying cause of their heart attacks would be their cause of death. But all of those kinds of things, anything, lots of different things can result in pulmonary edema.
And is pulmonary edema generally a manifestation or finding associated with asphyxiation being the cause of death?
It certainly can be, yes.
And we've talked a little bit as well about your review of the external part of Tammy's body. Do you recall that?
Yes,
And you'd referenced the only external injuries you had seen were some bruises.
that's correct.
And Your Honor, I have what's been marked as State's Exhibit 179. If I can have counsel handed a copy, and I have a courtesy copy for Your Honor, and then I would ask that the witness be handed a copy.
Very well.
And Your Honor, this exhibit is some blank diagrams. My intent is to have it handed to the witness and have him add some markings to it.
Very well.
May I have the witness handed a pen?
Thank you.
The exhibit's not yet admitted, Ms. Blake. And I understand, because if it's going to be altered, just think of when that would take place if you're offering it.
Thank you, Your Honor. Dr. Christensen, would you mark on that diagram where the bruising was located on Tammy Daybell's body?
Yes. Okay.
Thank you. And have you marked those based on your recollection of where you observed those injuries during the autopsy?
Yes.
And Your Honor, I would move for the admission of State's Exhibit 179.
All right, the exhibit now with the markings, I think it would be appropriate for defense counsel to see what the exhibit now looks like before I ask if there's any objection. All right, Mr. Bailiff, if you'd please submit that exhibit for reference to Mr. Pryor.
Your Honor, now that counsel's been shown a copy, I would move for the admission of State's Exhibit 179.
Okay, and I apologize, I lost track. Where is the exhibit at this point? Did you retrieve it?
I have it. Would Your Honor like to see it first?
No, that's fine. I'll ask at this point. Thank you, Ms. Blake. Is there any objection to Exhibit 179 being?
If it's
admitted?
being offered for demonstrative purposes, Judge, I don't have an objection.
Okay, Exhibit 179 will be admitted as a demonstrative exhibit. Ms. Blake, you may inquire.
And Your Honor, I would ask permission to publish.
You may publish.
And Dr. Christensen, you can see on this exhibit, there's an R and an L that's been written in. Would you indicate what those represent?
Yes, those simply represent the right and left sides of the body. And at the bottom, I also indicated which was the front and which was the back, although that's fairly obvious.
And then it appears that there have been several dots or markings added. Could you explain what those represent?
Yes, they are not to scale, but they are representations of the locations where we identified bruises.
And on the front, there appear to be 6 dots. Is that correct?
Yes,
And then on the back of the body, 4 dots.
that's correct.
And you've already indicated they're not to scale, but can you talk about and put into the record where on the body these bruises were located?
Yes. There's one on the left upper chest, 3 over the anterior and lateral right biceps, 1 on the anterior right forearm, one over the anterior portion of the left biceps, 2 over the right triceps area on the back of the upper arm, and 2 on the back of the right forearm.
Did you discover any bruising on the lower extremities?
We did not.
Did you discover any bruising around the head or face area?
We did not.
And did you in fact take photos of the bruises that were observed during the autopsy?
Yes.
You talked before about the difficulty in determining the age of a bruise by simply looking at it. Is there something else that you did in this case to try to determine how recent the bruises occurred?
Yes. As I mentioned, just the visual appearance doesn't necessarily indicate to us how old a bruise is, but we can at least attempt to narrow that down somewhat by looking at the tissue in the bruise under the microscope. Blunt injuries, the body undergo a relatively orderly progression, although certainly not very time specific in a, to the minute or even to the hour sort of way. But initially, when there is an injury, you see just hemorrhage in the tissue. Then that will be followed some hours later, can be as early as 2, might be as many as 12 or even 24 hours. You will then see inflammation start to enter the area to clean up the hemorrhage. And depending on the severity of it, you may then also see what are called macrophages that come in and start to clean up some of the broken down blood cells. You may see the formation of scar tissue if it's significant, and that goes through a progression from early what are called fibroblastic cells in the area, which are just the cells that make scar tissue, which then eventually become replaced by the scar tissue itself. And that allows us, seeing what kind of changes are present in an injury can give us an indication whether this is recent, meaning minutes to hours old, whether it's hours to days old, or whether it's days to weeks or even longer old. But more specific than those sort of broad swaths of time, we can't narrow it down.
We talked about during the autopsy, photos were taken to document the injuries.
Yes.
Were photos also taken of examination done of the injuries?
Yes.
And Your Honor, I have what's been marked as States Exhibit 178 A to Q. Counsel was provided a copy today.
The series of photographs, is that correct?
Yes, Your Honor. It's a series of photographs taken during the autopsy. And I believe the witness has been handled that jump drive. I would move for the admission of States Exhibit 178 A to Q.
And there would be no objection by the defense to that exhibit, Judge.
Okay, so exhibit 178 A through Q, it's 178 is the exhibit, A through Q are individual photographs within the exhibit, and they're all admitted, Ms. Blake.
Thank you, Your Honor. I would ask to be handed that jump drive back. Your Honor, I will indicate these are graphic photos. I am going to be asking to publish them to the jury.
Very well. We'll have those published, and as I mentioned, we've had the monitors arranged so the public's not viewing those and they're not being streamed on the live stream.
Dr. Christensen, do you see that image on your monitor?
I do.
Can you tell us what we're observing here?
This is the bruise that's on her left chest.
And in this image?
This is a closer up image of the same injury.
And can you talk about, there's a little scale there. What is the purpose of putting that on the photo?
Just so we have a reference to the size of it when you get zoomed in, especially in a picture like this, it's sometimes you can't always tell exactly where you are or have a reference point to know what size something is. So we include a scale so we have a reference.
And in this photo, can you talk about what we're seeing?
This is an incision through that area of bruising.
And can you talk about why you did that in this particular case?
And with all of these, looking at the tissue, like I said, microscopically will give us some idea what they look like. So this is a prelude to having a sample to look at under the microscope. But it also confirms there are things, for example, certain dermatologic conditions and other things that can look like a bruise on the surface, but when you incise them, there's no evidence of hemorrhage in the tissue. So in this case, we can see that there is hemorrhage in the tissue.
And in this particular photo?
This is again a photo of the same area with the a tissue section removed that demonstrates the hemorrhage placed into what we call a cassette. That little white plastic thing is that that tissue that is placed in there is then taken and processed and turned into a microscopic slide that I can review under the microscope.
Ms. Blake, on these, would you care to identify each by the sub-exhibit letter, if you don't mind?
Yes, Your Honor.
Thank you.
And the first one that was referenced of the chest is going to be 178A. The close-up of the chest is 178B. The first incision is 178C. And the most recent one that was referenced would be 178D with the slide showing an excision of the chest.
Thank you, Ms. Blake.
When you looked at this, what, if anything, did the, I think you used the term hemorrhage, what, if anything, did that tell you in relation to this bruise?
That it is a bruise. Just looking at it grossly doesn't necessarily tell us much, except that there is hemorrhage there. And then seeing it under the microscope gives us further information about that.
And then moving to 178E, can
So-
you? 178E, can you tell us what we're seeing in this photo?
Yes, this is an excision of tissue of the bruise of the left biceps.
And again, in those excisions, were you able to determine anything in relation to whether that was a bruise?
It was. Yes, there's hemorrhage within the subcutaneous fat. Normally, an excision of skin will just show a layer of normal pinkish tan skin on top, and all of the fat beneath it will be a bright yellow color, like is evident in most of those sections, but there are also darker areas indicative of hemorrhage.
And then on this slide, what are we seeing here?
This is a closer up image of the same injury and same excision.
And Your Honor, this is, we moved on to 178F.
All right.
This is 178G. Can you tell us what we're seeing in this image?
This is a photograph of the two bruises on the back of the right upper arm.
And moving to 178H, can you tell us what we're seeing in this image?
Yes, this image depicts the three bruises on the right biceps as well as two on the right forearm.
And there are some other markings there, it looks like, on the forearm in addition to those blue marks. Do you know what those marks were?
Yes, those are areas where mold had grown and we'd subsequently cleaned that off.
So those are not bruises.
They are not.
And then moving to 178J, can you tell us what we're seeing in this image?
This is a closer up image of the right biceps demonstrating the bruising there.
And 178K, can you tell us what we're seeing here?
Again, this is an excision of the tissue of the lower of the three injuries to the right biceps with the excised tissue in the cassette.
And what did that tell you when you did, when you took that excision?
just shows us more hemorrhage in the tissues.
And did that indicate to you that those were in fact bruises?
Yes.
And 178L, can you tell us what we're seeing here?
I believe, actually, I'm not positive looking at it, whether that's the same as the last image.
And if I back up to the last image,
Yes.
if that has the letter B at the end on that white slide, does that help in reference?
Yes, this
And-
is just a close-up image of 178J, I believe, the immediately prior image.
And when we look at this one, it appears that there's more of that dark coloration. Can you explain what that would indicate?
It's just that there's hemorrhage in a larger area of tissue.
Would that be indicative of a larger bruise or a deeper bruise, or could you tell?
I mean, it's clearly both deeper and larger in terms of the area that's damaged.
And moving on to 178M. Oops. Get back to the right image here. Looking at 178M, what are we seeing here?
It's labeled L on my screen. I believe. It's the right forearm with 2 bruises.
And going to the next one here, what are we seeing in this image?
This one is labeled M and is a closer up image of those 2 areas of bruising.
And those are again on the right forearm.
Yes.
And then moving to 178N, can you tell us what we're seeing here?
This is an excision through one of those 2 bruises on the right forearm.
And what, if anything, did this excision tell you?
Again, it confirms that it's a bruise, that there is hemorrhage in the skin and soft tissue.
And then moving to 178P.
This is an image of a bruise on the anterior forearm, right forearm.
And then moving to 178Q.
Again, a closer up image of that same bruise on the anterior right forearm.
And 178. Oh, this is marked as 178. Oh, can you tell what we're looking at here?
Yes, this is the right forearm with an excision through that area of bruising.
And that was on the front of the forearm.
Yes.
And Dr. Christensen, were you able to make any kind of a determination as to when in time those bruises may have occurred?
They all showed evidence of hemorrhage in the tissue with no evidence of any sort of inflammatory response or cleanup response. So they would have occurred sometime from minutes to hours prior to her death.
And I think you indicated, but these would have occurred prior to her death. Is that correct?
Most likely. You certainly can bruise a deceased body, but generally speaking, that's not going to occur for a very protracted period of time once circulation stops. Mostly the types of blunt injuries that we see in people that have already passed are more things like lacerations, where a body might be dropped or something of that nature, but it certainly could have happened right around the time of death.
And when you look at the location of those bruises in your training and experience, could they be consistent with someone being restrained?
They could be.
When you looked at Tammy's body, did you notice any signs of lividity?
Yes.
Could you explain to the jury a little bit about what lividity is?
Sure. There are a number of postmortem changes that a body undergoes after death. And lividity is one of them. It's also called livor mortis. It is pooling of the blood, which normally has been circulating through the body under pressure. Once that stops, gravity then takes over and kind of pools the blood in whatever is the most dependent portion of the body, the part closest to the ground. If a person is laying on their back, the areas where it is supported by, whatever, a bed, the floor, a chair, whatever it might be, will not demonstrate lividity, but areas around that will fill with blood, and it makes initially a sort of a reddish purple color that is where the blood is just pooling. It can change over time for a few hours. It's one of the ways we have to look at whether a body has been moved after death, for example. But if once it's there and well established, usually by 12 hours or so, it won't change anymore, and it will stay in the position it was in, or that person was in, if they stayed in it for 12 hours. If they're moved prior to that time, then it can also move to where a new position. If someone dies, for example, on their back, stays there for a couple of hours and then is rolled to their front, that blood that had started to pool on their back will then start to pool to their front. And over a period of, the next 10, 12 hours or so, depending on how long a person stays in their initial position, if you move them after 2 hours, more of that blood will redistribute than if you move them after 6 hours, than if you move them after 10 hours. And at some point, and at 12 hours is not a hard and fast thing, but at some point that lividity becomes fixed and will not change no matter what position they get moved to.
Where did you observe the lividity on Tammy's body?
It was all on her back, and because she'd been embalmed, it had changed somewhat in color. It was a little bit more gray in color, but the distribution was still very typical.
Just to clarify, does lividity allow you to determine a time of death?
It does not, no.
Can you talk a little bit about what rigor mortis is?
Sure. Rigor mortis is one of the other sort of three postmortem changes in the body. Lividity is one, rigor mortis is one, and then cooling of the body is the third. But rigor mortis is a stiffening of the body that happens after death. Initially, when a person dies, they will be flaccid or just completely floppy and not show any muscular resistance. Within an hour or two, they start to become stiff. Initially, we see that in the smaller muscle groups, in the hands and the face and other places, but it will progress to involve all the muscles of the body, and will become, essentially very solid and very difficult to move after a period of hours. And then once it's fully developed, which is somewhere, around 12 hours also, it will stay that way until the body starts to decompose. And then that, can vary dramatically depending on where the person is. If they're in a cool environment, if they're in a hot environment, if they're next to a heater, all of those kind of things can change how fast decomposition ensues. But once a person becomes fully stiff from rigor mortis, they'll stay that way until they start to decompose.
Can you determine a time of death based on rigor mortis?
So we are asked pretty much usually only in the context of court testimony to discuss times of death or how long a person might have been dead.
Judge, I'm going to object at this point. This is becoming narrative, and I've tried to be patient, but the question called for a yes or no, and we got this narrative. So I am going to object.
Dr. Christensen, can you explain how rigor mortis would play in or not play into determining a time of death?
It can help us, depending on the degree that it is present or not present, to look at, how long a person has been dead, but it's highly variable and imprecise.
And as a forensic pathologist, do you generally determine a specific time of death?
No.
Does the presence of rigor mortis allow you to narrow a time window of when someone may have passed away?
To some extent, yes.
In this case, did you learn what time Tammy's death was reported?
Excuse me, yes. My recollection that it was sometime just prior to 6 a.m.
Had you learned or heard the description with regard to the condition of Tammy's body?
My recollection is that she was described as being cold and stiff, or cool and stiff. I don't remember which, but at the time she was found.
Based on that description, would it indicate to you that rigor mortis had set in?
Yes,
You were not present on the day of Tammy's death, is that correct?
I was not.
You did not, is it fair to say you did not get the benefit of viewing her body just after the death was reported?
That's fair, yes.
So as a medical examiner and or a forensic pathologist, do you rely on external information that's provided?
Yes,
Does that external information assist in your forming an expert opinion regarding a reference to when the person may have died?
yes,
And in this case, did you in fact gain that external information?
yes. Mhm.
And were you able to come up with any kind of an estimate regarding a time of death in relation to Tammy?
Judge, I'm going to object at this point. It calls for speculation. His previous testimony confirms that. It would just be purely speculative for him to.
And
make
Your
a
Honor, if I
guess.
may respond.
Respond, please.
He's an expert providing an expert opinion. He's already said he reviewed documents, he gathered information, he made a determination that rigor mortis would have set in given the description and information provided to him. So he's basing it off the information and forming an expert opinion.
And in response, Judge, he wasn't present at the time. He didn't observe those factors himself. He's relying on what the police have told him. And at this point, he can't make that estimation.
All right, I've considered the objection. I'm going to overrule the objection, finding it's proper in the form of an expert testimony. It will be subject to cross, so you can proceed with the question again, Ms. Blake.
Thank you. Based on the information provided to you and your experience, did you form any opinion in relation to a time of death or a time window in relation to Tammy's death?
Yes,
And what did you determine?
that she had likely been dead for at least an hour or two for her body to be described as stiff, but certainly could be much more than that, many hours. But it's unlikely to have been more recent than an hour.
And you did review medical records in relation to this case, is that correct?
I did, yes.
Would someone having anemia or a past history explain a sudden death?
It would depend on the degree and the severity of anemia, but if it's not a current problem, no.
Would someone using essential oils or treating themselves with items bought at a health food store generally explain a sudden death?
No.
And we talked about those bruises and saw images of them. Did those bruises and their location play into your findings in this case?
Yes.
And again, in a negative autopsy, you looked at the other potential reasons or causes of death that could result in a negative autopsy. Is that correct?
Yes.
Based on your experience in training, did you find it to be likely that Tammy Daybell died of a seizure?
No.
Based on your training and experience, did you find it likely that Tammy Daybell died of a cardiorhythmia?
No.
Based on your training and experience and the lab results, did you find it likely that Tammy died of an intoxicant?
No.
And when we're talking about the negative autopsy, what did that leave as the cause of death?
Asphyxia.
Your Honor, if I may have just a moment.
Yes.
I have no further questions.
All right, thank you. All right, Mr. Pryor, you can cross. You turn on the microphone, please.
Let's do that again. Judge, by stipulation of the parties, I'll move for admission of Exhibit 102 and 103. That's Defense Exhibit 102 and 103 that represents the autopsy. And then the first one is the 26-page autopsy. 103 would contemplate the additional pictures and some analysis as well by this witness.
All right, the defense has moved for admission of Exhibit 102. Does the state have any objection to that being admitted?
Your Honor, it's my understanding that that is the autopsy report created by the Office of the Utah Medical Examiner. And if that's what it is, in addition to some lab results and other findings, the state has no objection.
Okay, so as I understand, there'd be no objection on 102 and 103. If and when those become published, if they are, Ms. Blake, if they're not what you anticipated, let me know and we'll quickly review that to make sure they are the exhibits you believe have been admitted. So those are admitted, Mr. Pryor.
Okay. And Doctor, you mentioned that you're retired as the chief, was it the chief medical examiner out of Utah?
Yes.
And that's out of Salt Lake City, is that right?
Taylorsville, but Salt Lake County, yes.
And I'm not familiar with Utah, so is that close to Salt Lake City?
Yes, yes.
Okay. The government hub of the state of Utah, is that right? Okay. I want to talk to you a little bit about the initial cause of death reported for Tammy Daybell, and it did say pulmonary edema. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. And you were able to confirm that through this autopsy as well, correct?
I was able to confirm through the autopsy that pulmonary edema was present, but
Right.
not that it was the cause of death.
Okay. Now, when we talk about pulmonary edema in this particular case, can you tell me how long would it have taken to produce the kind of pulmonary edema that you found during the autopsy?
I don't know.
There's no way to determine that.
No.
And there's also no way to determine whether it had advanced or whether it had declined. You exhumed Tammy Daybell's body, and you have to report the facts as you see the facts at the time upon the exhumation, right?
That's correct.
And at this point, you had initially indicated that you went in front of you didn't, but you were present when a hearing was held in front of a judge to make a determination as to whether or not they would have exhumed Tammy Daybell. Is that right?
That's correct.
And do you recall from your knowledge what was the reason for the exhuming the body at that time?
My recollection is it was to determine the cause of death.
Well, there had to have been some facts. You don't get to just dig somebody up.
Your Honor, counsel's testifying, move to strike.
Sustain.
There has to be a reason at the hearing to determine why you're exhuming.
Your Honor, counsel's still testifying.
Sustain.
Isn't it true, doctor, that there has to be a reason for the exhumation and not just be to re-examine findings? Is that correct?
I would assume so, yes.
Well, you were present. What was the reason given for digging Tammy Daybell's body back up?
I don't recall specifically what was presented.
Okay, so what was the purpose of you going there if you don't remember why they dug her up?
Objection, Your Honor, argumentative.
Sustained.
Do you recall whether or not there were discussions about surrounding circumstances that could have influenced a decision to exhume?
I believe there were, yes.
Okay, and those circumstances that they justified for exhuming were the death of Charles Vallow, right?
Objection, Your Honor, counsel's testifying. The witness has said he doesn't recall.
The fact is those additional circumstances that you based the reason to dig Tammy Daybell up out of the ground was because of the death of Charles Vallow.
Objection, Your Honor, counsel's misstating. This witness was not the one that requested the exhumation.
Sustained.
Do you recall whether or not there was a discussion about the death of Charles Vallow at the exhumation hearing?
I do not.
Do you recall whether there was discussion of Brandon Boudreaux as a basis for the exhumation of Tammy Daybell's body?
I also do not know.
Okay, so you don't remember any reason, is that right, for why they decided to dig a body up out of the ground?
Objection, Your Honor, argumentative, and it's asked and answered.
Sustained.
You don't have any explanation that you recall as to why they dug Tammy Daybell's body up out of the ground, do you?
Objection, Your Honor, argumentative, and asked and answered.
Overruled on that.
You don't have any,
He gets to answer though.
I think I said previously, my understanding was to determine the cause of death.
okay, but you don't specifically remember the factors as to why they dug her up, right? That were offered to a judge?
I don't remember the specifics of the discussion.
Okay. And you don't, now, you talked a little bit about Utah, and from what I understand, you can do it by request of the family, is that right? Or you can do it by request of going in front of a judge and giving justifiable reasons as to why you would dig a body up out of the ground, right?
I believe that is the way the statute reads.
Right. And in this particular case, the family was never notified, right?
Objection, Your Honor, calls for speculation and irrelevant.
Overruled. If the witness has information, he can answer. And I want to hear the answer.
To my knowledge, the family was not notified.
So in other words, then the other side of the statute is that you went in front of a judge, not you, but someone went in front of a judge and got an order to exhume her body. Is that right?
Yes.
And to your knowledge, even though you were present, you don't remember the facts that were presented as.
Objection, Your Honor, asked and answered.
Sustained.
Now, you made a comment in your autopsy that you performed. And you noted that the bruises were what are called very non-specific bruises. You remember that?
I don't recall the specifics of how I described them in the report. I'd be happy to look at it and refresh my memory, but I don't. So bruises by nature are non-specific.
Okay. And do you recall testifying last April and May in another proceeding in which you, in response to a question, I described the bruises as non-specific, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And when we're talking about non-specific bruises, what that means isn't it true? What that means is that you can't identify the cause of those bruises. Is that correct?
A specific cause, no.
Right. In fact, you can't tell how those bruises ended up on someone's body, correct?
That's correct.
All you can tell is that the nature of those bruises and whether they're bruises, right?
And I can offer opinions about how they might have been inflicted, but there's a wide variety of those.
But in this particular case, you said they're non-specific, correct?
Even non-specific bruising can have multiple potential modes of infliction, yes.
Okay. And in this case, you identified the bruises as non-specific. We've established that,
Yes.
correct?
Mm-hmm.
And you can't tell me how those bruises were placed on the body of Tammy Daybell, correct?
I cannot.
Or how she got those bruises.
I cannot.
And the reality is we can go back as far as 24 hours and those bruises could have been 24 hours old. Isn't that true?
Potentially, yes.
Or 12 hours true, right?
Yes.
And we can't even put a legitimate time as to when those bruises actually got, or she incurred those bruises on her body, correct?
Beyond the timeframes we've spoken of, no.
Right. And in addition, you didn't speak to any of the family members, the immediately family members, about these bruises on Tammy Daybell, did you?
I did not.
You didn't talk to the family about any medical history that Tammy may have had about treating herself for bruises, did you?
I did not.
You didn't look at any of the reports or any of the medicine from the time of her arrest in which there was a notation about bruising cream that Tammy Daybell was using, did you?
Could you repeat that? I'm not sure
Did
what you mean.
did you see any medicine that indicated Tammy Daybell may have been treating her bruises with bruising cream?
She had a number of ointments, creams, oils, and other things at the residence, which those that were documented in photographs by the coroner, we did look up and go through.
Okay. And based on history, in speaking with the family, you weren't able to get any information about whether or not Tammy Daybell was prone to bruising, correct?
I did not speak to the family.
Okay. Did you look at any other statements by Mr. Daybell while he talked about vomiting and fainting and falling over? Do you recall looking at those factors?
I did not see statements directly from him, but he was quoted as talking to various officers and others at the scene about those things. Yes.
And that leads into my next question, is that the information you got about what Tammy Daybell reported was given to you by police officers, not necessarily statements Mr. Daybell made. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. So if we recap a little bit, we don't know why we dug Tammy Daybell up out of the ground, right?
Objection, Your Honor. Counsel's testifying misstates the evidence
Sustained.
and move to strike.
We got an exhumation order to take Tammy Daybell out of the ground because you were there for that, right?
We did.
Okay. You don't recall the reasons why you got the exhumation?
Objection, Your Honor. Asked and answered.
Sustained.
Okay. So you talked a little bit about Utah, and then you talked a little bit about Idaho and how in Idaho, it's up to a coroner to determine whether or not there's an autopsy that needs to be performed. Is that right?
Yes,
Okay. And in Utah, it may be a little different, right?
it is.
You talked a little bit about how it's not ideal to conduct an autopsy after embalming and burial. Would you agree with that?
It's certainly not ideal. Yes. I
Right.
would agree with that.
And Judge, could I, actually, I need the exhibit. And I'll get the number, Judge. I'm sorry. I think it's 179. 179. Judge, I'd like to republish Exhibit 1. Judge, I'd like to republish Exhibit 179.
You may.
Best laid plans, right? So we're looking at Exhibit 179. You recognize that those are your dots, aren't they?
They are.
So when I look at that, how many bruises are on the right arm of Tammy Daybell?
8.
And there are 3 on the front or 1 down at the bottom, right?
4 on the front and 4 on the back.
Okay. And then how many total bruises would be on the left arm?
1.
And then how many bruises up on the chest area?
1.
So you talked about asphyxiation and you made a determination that there's asphyxiation here, right?
Yes.
Okay. And what you're suggesting is that Tammy Daybell was, someone stopped her from breathing, right?
Correct.
Okay. So I guess what I'm confused about is how is someone asphyxiating Tammy Daybell if there's one person holding her arms?
Objection, Actually withdrawn.
You can answer.
I wasn't there, so I can't tell you the specifics.
Right. And the other question is that if someone was holding her arms down, how did bruises get on the front of the arm and on the back of the right arm?
You can have bruising on front and back from a grab.
Okay. And then that person would also at the same time be grabbing the lower part of the right arm too at the same time?
Not necessarily at the same time, no.
Okay. And then while they're asphyxiating her, they grab the left arm, and there's only one little bruise on the left arm, right?
There is one bruise on the left biceps, yes.
And then at the same time, somebody puts something over her mouth while they're holding her arms to suffocate her, right?
It could have happened that way.
It could have, right? It's possible. It could also have happened that this wasn't asphyxiation, right?
I don't believe so, no.
Okay. You're firm on this idea that you think it's asphyxiation, right?
I do.
And that determination you made is as a result of just talking to the police and after you did this investigation, correct?
Objection, Your Honor, misstates the evidence.
Sustained.
Now, as terms of, we talked about this previously as well, but the bruising alone does not lead you to asphyxiation, is that right?
It does not.
Okay. And the facts about other activities that may have been occurring, particularly Brandon Boudreaux and Charles Vallow, don't lead to asphyxiation either, right?
No.
Now, previously last year, you testified and there was some discussion about the 5 different levels of determination. Do you recall that?
I don't specifically, no.
Or the 5 options? I'm sorry, the 5
Oh, for
options.
there are 5 manners of death, yes.
Right. And I'm sorry, I gave you the wrong term. I'm apologize. I wrote the word down the wrong way. The 5 determinations. And can you go over those with me again?
Sure.
Go ahead.
On a death certificate, there are essentially in every state except New York and I think New Jersey, maybe Connecticut, there are 5 options for what the certifier of the death can list as the manner of death. Those are
Okay.
natural, accident, suicide, homicide, or undetermined, or could not be determined.
Okay. And I guess I'd like to talk to you a little bit about the undetermined one.
Okay.
And when you come up with an undetermined diagnosis, that means you don't have any reason that leads you to say this is absolutely the way this person passed away, correct?
Undetermined manner is used when you don't have enough circumstantial or investigative or autopsy findings, whatever. You don't have enough information to decide between 2 different manners. And that can be, for example, in an overdose, it could either be a suicide or it can be an accident. In this specific case, it could be, there's allegations of that her death is natural. If I believed it could be natural or it could be homicidal, then it could be undetermined because I can't really decide between those 2, but I did decide between those 2.
So that is a situation where if you don't have enough evidence to determine exactly why someone died, you make the determination of undetermined. Is that correct?
If you don't have enough, certainly if the cause of death is undetermined, then the manner of death will usually also be undetermined.
And that doesn't mean there was foul play. You just don't have the information to make that assessment. Would that be fair?
Yes.
So in other words, if in this situation there was insufficient evidence to determine a cause of death, it would be listed as undetermined, right?
The cause of death could be listed as undetermined, yes.
And at that point, that's a situation, like I said before, where it doesn't mean that it's homicide. It doesn't mean that there was foul play. You just don't have enough information to make that decision. Would that be fair?
It would be, Yes, to an extent. It's possible that it doesn't mean that there's not foul play necessarily. Like if, for example, you call it undetermined because you think it might be a homicide or a suicide and you can't decide between the two. If you call it undetermined because you can't necessarily decide between those two, means you think it's just as likely that it was as it wasn't. I can't tell.
It could
So it
also
still
be,
could be, but it might not be.
it could also be a situation where there's no medical information that leads you to any conclusion as to why someone passed away, right?
It could be.
Right. And there are situations where people pass away and there's no discernible reason why that happened. Would you agree with that?
Yes.
Okay. Now, you made mention of the all the medical reports that you reviewed. Which medical reports did you review?
Reviewed records from Seasons Medical Clinic, from another clinic, whatever Seasons was before it was Seasons. I forget, it had a different name. She'd also been seen at a clinic in Utah before moving back to Idaho, and we'd looked at those as well.
And those were just, and they were just quite frankly, those were just a matter of a couple of pages, right?
Not a lot of records, no.
Right. Well, a couple of pages, right?
And more than-
Objection, Your Honor. Argumentative, asked and answered. Counsel's testifying, move to strike.
Well, it was late. It's already answered, so overruled.
Okay. And you looked at the Seasons Medical and you looked at the other medical records and you were aware that 5 years prior to Tammy Daybell's death, she was diagnosed with anemia, right?
I believe so, yes.
And you didn't talk to the family about how that anemia had been progressing on Tammy Daybell, is that right?
I did not.
Okay. And you were also aware that Tammy Daybell was taking a form of, and I don't want to, fluoxetine.
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 Mhm.
There's a reason I'm not a doctor. Fluoxetine, and that's a form of Prozac, right?
Yes, it's
And
a
if-
generic.
And if fluoxetine is mixed with the wrong kind of other medicine, whether it's herbs or supplements or anything else, those can have significant consequences, correct?
There can be certainly drug interactions with herbal stuff. I'm not aware of any specific ones of fluoxetine with
And as
herbal
part-
remedies.
I'm sorry, Mr. Ramsey. And as part of your analysis and the testing for poisons and all of the other testing that you did, you're not really able to test for the herbals and the supplements and everything else and its interaction with fluoxetine to see if that had any impact, could you?
I think that's a two-part question. There's not really any way to test for drug interactions. You can test whether a drug is present or not, but certainly we don't have the ability to test for most herbal supplements.
Okay. And the fact that those herbal supplements, whether or not they could have an adverse impact with the fluoxetine that Tammy Daybell was taking, correct?
Don't have a way to determine that,
Right.
whether they were even present.
The heavy lungs.
I'm sorry, the heavy what?
Heavy lungs.
Oh,
The heavy
yes.
lungs. That's an unusual medical malady. Would you agree?
It's a non-specific finding.
But it could have an impact on the cause of death here, correct?
It could, yes.
Right. And you didn't take that into consideration before you made your asphyxia determination, right?
No, absolutely, we did.
No, you did?
Mhm.
Okay. You testified that asphyxia is really a diagnosis of exclusion, correct?
It is.
So in other words, you look at all other possibilities, and if you can't find anything else, you go to asphyxia. Would that be fair?
If you can't find anything else, more likely, yes.
Okay. Or what is if you can't find anything else? Why wouldn't you just go undetermined?
You might in some circumstances.
Okay. One of the things I want to ask you about are seizures.
Okay.
And when a person has a seizure, it's not always a result of there being some sort of physical evidence to support that, is there?
I'm not sure what you mean.
Well, there's a seizure can occur at any time. Any one of us could have a seizure at any time. Would you agree with that?
Mm, Could and is likely are very different things.
Okay. Okay. So are you at this point saying and excluding the fact that Tammy Daybell could have had a seizure as a possible cause of this death?
No, I can't 100% exclude it. I just think it's
Okay.
very unlikely.
You think it's unlikely? Okay.
Yes, very unlikely.
In spite of the fact that Chad Daybell talked about fainting and those types of issues, you're saying that because of that, it's very unlikely there could be a seizure, correct?
That's what I believe, yes.
Okay. And you're also saying, well, let me ask you this. A seizure can happen at any time unannounced, correct?
It can.
Okay. Or there could be some instances where there's some medical proof to support a seizure, correct?
You can have a seizure, yes, because you have a tumor or an infection or other things, or you have a condition that leads to a seizure, yes.
Okay. And then we talk a little bit about arrhythmia.
Mhm.
And with arrhythmia, there isn't always an indication with arrhythmia that there's there isn't always a damaged heart or a faulty valve as a result of arrhythmia. Would you agree with that?
Yes.
In fact, arrhythmia could happen at any time. Any one of us with healthy hearts could suddenly have an arrhythmia and die, correct?
Very unlikely.
Very unlikely?
Yes, very
Okay.
unlikely.
Well, does that very unlikely change when you look at the fact that Tammy Daybell's family history had a history of heart issues? Does that change the very unlikely to likely?
Not in the context of what her heart looked like at autopsy.
Okay. And again, because her heart didn't look healthy or unhealthy, that isn't always the point, is it? Arrhythmia can occur even in the healthiest of hearts, correct?
Yes and no. Not in there is a reason that people have arrhythmias. And
Okay.
it's not always apparent by looking at the heart. The heart certainly, as I discussed previously, can look normal, and you can have arrhythmias. But there will be something wrong with it, either microscopically evident or molecularly evident.
Okay. And molecularly evident means that there's some sort of syntax that hit the heart and it suddenly just stopped working properly, right?
It would just, yeah. An arrhythmia just means no rhythm. And if your heart stops beating, you have no rhythm.
Right. And if the heart for some reason stops beating and there's some sort of arrhythmia, suddenly we get the pink foam that starts developing in these heavy lungs, right?
You certainly can, yes.
Right. And if we get a seizure, and as a result of the seizure, the heart stops beating, and then these heavy lungs start accumulating the significant amount of pink foam we found in Tammy Daybell's body, correct?
It can happen that way, yes.
And if the anemia goes undiagnosed for 5 years and she's not getting treatment, and for some reason there's insufficient oxygen to reach these heavy lungs, we could get the same result, correct?
Yeah, I don't believe so.
Okay.
Not given the activities that she was described as doing. She may have been anemic, but she was not anemic to the point it would cause those kinds of problems.
All right. In regards to a time of death, what I understood you were testifying to is there's really no definitive way to determine an accurate time of death. Would that be fair?
No way to determine a very specific time of death. A range, yes. A specific time, no.
Judge, I have nothing else. Thank you.
All right. Redirect.
Thank you, Your Honor. Dr. Christensen, you were asked a lot about the exhumation order. Do you recall that?
I do.
You were not the one requesting that, is that correct?
That's correct.
You were also asked about whether or not you spoke to Chad's kids, and you indicated no.
That's correct.
Did any of Chad's kids ever reach out to the office of the medical examiner?
They did not. To my knowledge. It's possible they might have, and I was not aware of it, but they didn't reach out and ask for me.
Did anyone ever pass on information that they'd reported to the office of the Utah Medical Examiner?
No,
So you reviewed documents you were provided from law enforcement, is that correct?
yes,
And those documents contained statements provided by Chad Daybell?
they did.
There were no documents provided that had significant information from his kids, is that correct?
There were some about his kids, various interviews that have been conducted with their friends and things of that nature, but no, not from them directly, I don't believe.
So you don't know, you wouldn't know if the kids ever agreed to speak with law enforcement, is that correct?
I do not know.
And if Chad's kids had made statements about Tammy's health, would those have been documents that you would have requested or wanted to review?
Absolutely.
So if they weren't provided to you, would you have any reason to think that those exist?
No,
And you were asked about Utah being a little different than Idaho's system. Do you recall that question?
yes.
Would you describe them as a little different?
There, I guess, Utah's and Idaho's death investigation systems are kind of on the opposite poles of the spectrum in the US.
And I think we talked about this, but Idaho, a coroner does not have to have any medical training, correct?
That's correct.
Whereas a forensic pathologist or medical examiner goes through years of schooling. They're a doctor.
Leading, sustained.
Your Honor, it's sustained on leading, is that correct?
It's
Because
sustained.
I think it's within the scope.
It's not outside the scope, correct?
I just, for my next question, I wanted to clarify that.
Yeah, I only sustained as it being leading.
I think we talked before, but you have worked in systems where a coroner is used, correct?
Yes.
And in your experience, do coroners have to have any medical training?
No.
And to be a forensic pathologist, again, what training do you go through?
Have to have a college degree, a medical degree, and residency training in pathology, and then forensic fellowship training.
And in Utah, again, who is it that would determine if an autopsy is to be completed?
It would be done by the Office of the Medical Examiner.
So one of the individuals that has all that medical training?
Either by them or one of our investigators. And if there are questions, then they ask us.
You were asked about the 5 different, I believe, manners that can be indicated.
That's correct.
Is it common practice for the Office of the Utah Medical Examiner to look at the surrounding facts in addition to what's concluded from the autopsy?
Yes.
And I think you talked about an example of a drug overdose, that there could be several manners, even if that's the cause.
Yes.
And you were asked about a history of anemia. Can you explain what anemia is?
Anemia is when your blood count, the percentage of your blood that's made up of red blood cells, drops below normal levels. Men have a slightly higher normal range than women, but they're both in the 35 to 50% range, more or less. That percentage of your blood is made up of red blood cells that carry oxygen around your body. You can develop anemia, which is a number lower than that, for a variety of reasons. It can happen from vitamin deficiencies, can happen from iron deficiency, can happen from cancers, anything that infiltrates your bone marrow. Can happen because you bleed. It's not uncommon in young women with heavy periods and things, for example, to end up being anemic because of blood loss. But it can be from traumatic blood loss as well. You can be acutely anemic because you got your arm broken and torn open in a car crash or something. All of those things can lead to anemia, but generally speaking, a progressive slow type of anemia, whether it's vitamin deficiency or something like that, is something that your body is able to compensate for. to some extent, that you remain functional, though you might be fatigued or other things of that nature. But it's not, you don't have normal oxygen carrying capacity. And so if you went from living at sea level to the mountains, you might notice more of a difference than if you weren't anemic, things of that nature.
Sustained.
Is anemia treatable?
Yes, most times.
And I think you indicated you'd seen a history of Tammy having anemia maybe 5 years before her death.
I believe that's when it was documented, yes.
And if there were no other indications of anemia in her medical records, could that indicate that it was treated?
Overruled.
Can you repeat the question?
Yes, we're not seeing any additional notations in medical records about anemia other than the past history. Could that indicate that the anemia was treated? And Your Honor, if I may respond,
Go ahead.
Dr. Christensen's testimony was he saw a notation of it from 5 years previous to that, and Mr. Pryor went into it on his cross-examination.
No, I'm going to rule on that. It's overruled, Mr. Pryor. You can continue.
Could that indicate that the anemia was treated?
It could. It just means that it certainly was not mentioned again as a problem.
In looking at those medical records, do you recall seeing any indication that Tammy had low blood pressure?
Her blood pressure was on the lowish side of normal, but no indication that she had a diagnosis of hypotension or low blood pressure.
Could you use the microphone, please, Mr. Pryor?
Foundation judge, I'd like to know what report he's referencing where he saw that information.
And Your Honor, my question was just about the medical records that he reviewed in general.
All right, then he should be able to specify which medical record
All
she's
right,
talking
Mr.
about, Judge.
Pryor, this is not an objection. It's just an argument now. Is there an objection?
There is foundation.
All right. The objection is overruled.
In the medical reports you reviewed, you didn't see any sign of low blood pressure.
I did not.
In the medical records you reviewed, did you see any signs of seizures?
No.
In the medical reports you reviewed, did you see any indication that Tammy had had a prior history of any negative drug interactions between her prescription medication and herbal remedies?
No.
And counsel asked you about the bruises on Tammy and them being labeled as not specific. Do you
Yes.
recall that?
Yes.
You indicated that sometimes you are able to form an opinion as to how those may have been inflicted. Is that correct?
I can answer hypotheticals about how they may have been inflicted. Yes.
And based on your training and experience, where those bruises were located, could they be consistent with someone being restrained?
They could be. Yes.
And you were asked a lot about those pictures and if someone was holding Tammy down and then suffocating her. Do you recall that line of questioning?
Yes. Yes.
Where the bruises were located, would it be possible for someone to have been restraining her while someone else suffocated her?
It's possible.
Based on your experience and and the autopsy and your review of documents, in your opinion, is it likely that Tammy died of a seizure?
No.
Based on your training, experience, review of the records and autopsy, is it likely that Tammy Daybell died of a cardiac arrhythmia?
No.
Based on your experience, review of the documents and autopsy, is it likely Tammy Daybell died of a drug overdose or drug interaction?
No.
Based on your experience, training, review of reports on the autopsy, is it your opinion Tammy most likely or likely died of asphyxiation?
Yes.
And again, what did you determine the cause of death to be?
Asphyxia.
And what did you determine the manner of death to be?
Homicide.
I have no further questions.
All right. Thank you. That did not go beyond the scope of cross. so
Judge,
I'm-
can we have a sidebar?
Yes. All right, counsel, after sidebar, the court's determined I'll allow a recross on that one narrow scope of the issue you want to discuss, Mr. Pryor, with the witness.
So, doctor, we talked about two types of medical records. One was from Seasons. I believe that was 2017. You recall that?
There was a record from 2017, yes,
And then there was a medical record from 2019. Is that right?
there was. Mhm.
Okay, and those were the two records that you had in terms of Tammy Daybell's medical records, correct?
No, there were also records from PA Senna that she saw at Seasons. There was a record from 2016 as well as one from 2015.
Okay. And the anemia diagnosis was from what year?
I believe 2014, which was, I don't recall specifically which records that was in. We also had records from a clinic in Springville.
Okay, is it possible that the anemia was from the Seasons records of 2017?
Possible. I don't recall for sure.
Okay, so from 2017, we have one other medical record where she went in for a wrist issue, correct?
Correct.
So how do you determine whether or not she's treated for anemia if there are no other medical records other than the initial diagnosis from 2017?
Objection, Your Honor, misstates the testimony.
Overruled.
There's no mention of treatment either way.
Okay, thank you.
All right, that will conclude then the testimony. Dr. Christensen, is the state intending to recall him at some point or any point, Ms. Blake?
We may be, Your Honor.
Okay. Dr. Christensen, then, because you may return to testify at a later time, the court's exclusionary rule prohibits you from viewing trial testimony. I'll be asking you if you have viewed any of the testimony after
Counsel,
you
we-
step down today. So with that, that will conclude the testimony of Dr. Christensen. You may go ahead.
Judge, before he's excused, could we have another sidebar?
All right. All right, after the sidebar, counsel for the defense has correctly pointed out, and I agree that expert witnesses are not subject to the same exclusionary rules that normal lay witnesses are. So the state will discuss that further with you, Dr. Christensen, and you may in fact be entitled to view certain parts of this trial as they would be outside of the exclusionary rules. So you'll be further advised of that by the prosecutors if they wish to clarify that with you. Thank you again for appearing to testify, and we'll go ahead and let you step down at this time. All right, is the state prepared to call its next witness?
Yes, Your Honor. The state will call Alice Gilbert.
All right.
Swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Yes.
Got her.
See, try to speak directly to them.
All right, I'll note that Ms. Gilbert's now been placed under oath. Before we begin with testimony, I just want to inquire, have you watched any of this trial on either the live stream or here in person at all?
No,
Okay, have you talked to anybody else about any testimony they've given in trial?
no.
Okay, thank you for letting the court know that. Ms. Blake, you can inquire on direct.
Thank you, Your Honor. Would you please state your name and spell it for the record?
Alice Gilbert, ALICEGILBERT.
And Miss Gilbert, do you know an individual named Chad Daybell?
I do.
How do you know him?
He was my neighbor, and when we moved into the neighborhood, we got to know him through our community and our ward.
Did you also know Tammy or Tamara Daybell?
I do.
And did you know her the same way?
Yes,
And what did you refer to her as, Tammy or Tamara?
I called her Tammy.
And when you moved into the neighborhood, do you recall approximately when that would have been?
It was March of 2017.
And were the Daybells already living there?
Yes,
Did you get to know Tammy or Chad? Did you get to know one of them better than the other one?
Tammy. I got to know Tammy better.
And how did you end up getting to know Tammy?
We worked in the same church calling together. And so I got to know her through that church calling,
And when you say church calling, what church is that associated with?
the LDS church.
And what callings did the two of you hold where you worked closely?
I was the Relief Society president, and she was my first counselor.
How often do you think you saw Tammy?
We met once a week and on Sundays.
And did that seeing each other twice a week continue for an extended period of time?
Until her death.
And do you recall when the two of you were given the callings?
October of 2018.
So for about a year, you
Mhm.
would see Tammy about twice a week.
Yes.
Did you get to know Tammy pretty well?
I thought so. I thought we did.
And can you describe Tammy a little bit, your relationship with her? Let me back up. Can you describe a little bit about what Tammy was like?
Yes. She was great to work with. She was organized when we had our meetings. She could do worked on the computer. So when we had to change anything, she could do it in a flash. She did all the computer work. When we organized activities, we valued her opinion and was grateful to have her input on things. And she would say, keep it simple, keep our activities simple. And we did, and that helped a lot. She had a lot of empathy for some of the women who were struggling in the ward, and she would relate those things to us in our meetings. She also had a very good wit with her.
Did you have occasions to observe Chad and Tammy together?
I did mostly at church, and um, and they seemed great at church. You know, it was just normal. It was, you know, and we had activities. He did come and help set up some chairs for activities, and so that seemed normal, and I really didn't think much of it.
At some point in time, did you feel like their interactions changed?
A little bit, yes. In 2019, it just seemed distant. It just seemed a bit distant between the two. But I just noticed them at church.
Did Tammy ever talk to you about her marriage?
She didn't. I think the only thing she did mention was that sometimes the finances were a little strained, but she didn't mention anything else.
When you observed Tammy, did you ever notice her appear to slow down?
No,
Did you ever notice any change in her activity level prior to her death?
no,
Did she ever complain to you about any health issues?
no,
Did you ever observe Tammy have any shaking fits?
no,
Did you ever observe Tammy faint?
no.
How did you learn about Tammy's death?
On the morning of the 19th, I received a phone call from Emma, and she was
Objection, Judge. This is going to call for some hearsay.
It's eliciting hearsay on that part, so that's sustained.
And just to clarify, when you say on the 19th, is that October 19th of 2019?
Yes,
And you indicated that Emma had phoned you. How did Emma seem when you talked to her?
she was sobbing.
And after that, based on that phone call, without saying what Emma said, did you learn anything in relation to Tammy?
That she had passed away.
Objection, Judge. Calls for hearsay.
Sustained.
At some point, did someone else take the phone?
Chad, he took the phone.
And what did Chad tell you?
He asked me not to tell anybody for about an hour that she had passed away. And I said, well, I need to tell the bishop. And he said, no, don't tell the bishop. And I knew that the bishop was he was going to work. And so I called him anyway and informed him.
And what you called to inform him was of Tammy's death?
Yes,
Were you surprised to hear of her passing?
yes.
And why were you surprised?
I had just talked to her on Wednesday and she was fine. She was excited. She had just gotten a new grandbaby. We had talked about Mark and his mission, and she had told us experiences of his mission, and she was excited with things.
On October 19th, after learning of her death, at some point, did you end up going to the Daybell residence?
Yes, my husband and I went over at about 8:30 in the morning, and Chad answered the door and he gave us a hug, and we went in, and all the children except for Mark and their spouses were sitting there in the living room. They were stunned. The children were stunned. They could hardly speak and crying.
Did you end up making any observations of Chad when you arrived?
Yes, when I asked him what happened, and he said that Tammy vomited at midnight, and they think she passed away at 2 a.m. and that her legs were hanging over the bed and that she'd fallen out of bed. He also said they think, did I say this? That they think she died of an embolism.
And Chad provided all this information the morning of her death.
Yes.
How did Chad appear to you?
He wasn't as upset as the children. He was ready to tell us, and he wasn't as devastated as the children were.
And you indicated you'd just seen her the Wednesday before her death.
Yeah.
Did she complain to you at all that day of any health issues?
No. And I knew she was taking clogging lessons when we would have activity nights.
Judge, I'm going to object at this point, just going into a narrative.
You can answer.
I can answer. We had activity nights, which started at like, I think 6:30. She would leave early, maybe 8 o'clock, because she was going to a clogging class. And so in my mind, I'm thinking I'm going home to bed at 8 o'clock. She was going to a clogging class. So I admired her for doing that.
On Wednesday, when you saw her, did Tammy have a cough that you noticed?
No,
Did she have any kind of a coughing fit around that time?
I didn't notice any.
After arriving at the Daybell residence, did you do something else that morning?
Yes, we had asked if they had breakfast and they hadn't. So my husband and I said, well, we'll go get you breakfast. And as we stood up to go, Chad told us that her funeral was going to be on Tuesday and a memorial on Wednesday. And I was surprised and I said, well, did you plan this? And he said, no, but I was surprised that fast that he could tell me that.
And when you ask if he planned it, why did you ask that?
Because I know what it takes to plan a funeral with a ward and to organize the church and have the ladies in the ward provide the meal. And you need to ask the sisters to volunteer to provide meals. And it takes time. All of it takes time. So I was really surprised. But then he said her funeral was in Springville. That also surprised me because we were there in Idaho.
And do you recall what day of the week October 19th was?
Saturday,
And the funeral was going to be on the
Tuesday.
And did Chad respond when you asked if he had already planned the funeral or if he and Tammy had talked about it before?
He said no, but I felt like it had been planned.
Did you end up attending the funeral?
Yes. I needed to see her. So my husband and I went to the funeral in Springfield. And I needed to see her in the casket. And she looked nice in the casket.
Did you ever talk to Chad about why he held the funeral in Springville?
I didn't. I just assumed it was because they lived there before. So I didn't ask.
When you were at the funeral, do you recall making any observations of Chad?
When we viewed her before the funeral, and it was just him standing by the casket. It didn't seem really mournful with him. He said, I said, "Oh, she looks good," and he said, "Yes, she does." And we didn't cry. We didn't, it didn't seem mournful. And then we went into the chapel to sit for the funeral, and I sat by, and our bishop had driven down, so we sat with him.
During the funeral, do you recall if Chad spoke?
Yes, all the children spoke, and he spoke last. I was impressed with the children's talks that fast. They did a nice job to their mother. I was surprised because it takes a day to drive. So to go funeral on Tuesday, they would have driven Monday. They did the children did a nice job. And Chad spoke last. I was surprised because most spouses are too devastated to speak. And so I was surprised that he spoke at her funeral, and it was last. And it was like a church talk. The other talks were more loving tributes to their mother. His was more church talk.
And do you recall if there was a memorial service held?
It was held the next day in Idaho, but I did not attend because I had just been to her funeral.
Did you end up having a role or playing a part in taking a meal to Chad's family?
Yes, so our presidency and the bishopric provided a meal for them after the memorial, and so we took it over to them after, and we had put it down for them to eat, and the kids had started to eat. And Chad told us that he was moving out, that he couldn't be there, and that he was going to move to Rexburg to a condo. And we asked him, like, do you need help or anything? He said no, that his friend had a condo for him, that he wasn't there very often, so that he told him he could stay there.
And you said do you recall, did Chad refer to the friend as a he?
In I took it as that, and I'm thinking he said because he said he wasn't there very often, and so he could stay there.
So Tammy's pronounced dead on Saturday, correct? And by the following Wednesday, Chad's got plans to move out of the house.
Yes.
Do you recall anything else that morning standing out to you as far as what Chad told his kids?
He had told his kids to go through Tammy's things as after he told us he was moving out, and that surprised me too. That's maybe I'm more sentimental, but it just seemed fast. And they kind of took it in stride, and I think they did do that.
In the time just after Tammy's death, did you have an opportunity to observe any of the Daybell children? So Chad and Tammy's children.
I went and saw Emma on Friday, and she was sobbing. She's really struggling, and she was getting really sick. She lost a lot of weight. We had organized meals for her. I know the school district was taking meals into her and Garth. She was struggling. She told me she missed
Judge,
her mother.
objection,
Grounds?
hearsay.
Sustained.
Did Emma appear to be struggling to you?
Yes,
Did Garth appear to be struggling as well?
yeah, yes,
And on Friday, to the best of your knowledge, had Chad moved out of the residence?
yes. I think he moved after the memorial.
So you visited with Garth and Emma just less than a week after their
On
mother's passing.
Friday. Yeah,
Was Chad there when you went to visit him?
no,
And when you say the house you went to, what house was Emma staying in at that time? Do you recall?
yeah, she lived Keeney cornered from Chad's house.
And do you know what house Garth was staying in?
And Garth was living in Chad's house.
At some point, did you end up reaching out to Chad?
Yeah, so we thought we would call and see how he was doing, and I think it was Saturday, the 26th of October. We called him to see if we could come and visit with him, and he said no, that he would come to our place. So he came on the 26th, he came over to our place. I think it was more toward the evening when he came.
And Judge, for foundation purposes, that would have been the month of what and year?
Like, do you want to clarify when that happened, please?
When you talk about the 26th, are we still in October of 2019?
Yes,
So just shortly after Tammy's passing.
yes.
And Chad indicated to you he didn't want you to come to his place, but he'd come to yours.
Yeah, he said, "Oh, I'll come over to your place." So we said, "Okay."
Did you ever end up seeing where Chad was living in Rexburg?
No,
And did he in fact end up coming to your place?
he did.
And did you end up having a conversation with him at that time?
Yes, he sat at our kitchen table, and I had made cookies and thought that, we would make it nice. And he said that he'd found the woman he was going to marry. And we were absolutely stunned when he said that. And we asked him, well, where did you meet her? And he said, at the conference in St. George in 2018. And we asked who she was, and he wasn't going to tell us at first. And then he said, well, I'll tell you. Her name is Lori Vallow.
Had you heard the name Lori Vallow before then?
I hadn't. I was thinking, who is Lori Vallow? And then he mentioned that she had done a podcast with Melanie Gibb. And then I realized that's who that was.
Had you ever met Melanie Gibb in person?
Not then. I hadn't met her in person.
And you'd never met Lori Vallow at that point?
No.
And to the best of your recollection, this was around October 26th.
Yes.
So just 7 days after Tammy's passed away.
Yeah.
Were you surprised to hear that Chad had already found someone else to marry?
Absolutely.
At some point, did you end up meeting Lori Vallow?
Yes. While he was at our home, he said that she was in town. Would we like to meet her? We said yes. Tuesday nights, my husband and I had gone to the temple. So we were in the temple on Tuesday nights. We were waiting in a room for a meeting to begin that following Tuesday. And he tapped us on the shoulder and had us step out in the hallway. And that's where we met Lori and her niece, Melanie, and a friend. I cannot remember her name.
And that was your first time meeting Lori?
Yes.
And it was at the temple.
It was at the temple.
And Judge, could we have some foundation as to the date, time?
Your Honor, that's already been discussed.
I must have missed it, Judge.
Go ahead, Ms. Blake.
Ms. Gilbert, at some point after that, did Chad and Lori end up coming to your house?
Yes. And it was in that week, and I think it was Friday from that Tuesday that he came over with her. And it was cold when they came in. I asked her if she was getting used to the cold, and she said she'd bought some warm clothes. And they sat on the couch. And it was awkward.
And when you say it was awkward, did you make observations of Chad and Lori's interactions?
Yes, they were very affectionate with each other, more than I had ever seen Chad. It was very affectionate with her, and they were giggling and laughing, and my husband and I were embarrassed.
Had you ever seen Chad act that way with Tammy?
No.
Did you end up talking at that time to Lori about her family?
I did. I asked her if she'd been married, and she said yes, that her husband had died in December of a heart attack. I asked her if she had children. And then Chad said that she had recently had a daughter that had passed. And I said, "Oh, I'm sorry." And I said, "How many?" And she said, "Thank you." And I said, "How many children do you have?" And she kind of stammered and said they were stepchildren, and I did not get a definite answer on that.
When Chad said that she'd recently lost a daughter, did Lori say anything to correct that or change it?
No.
And this would have occurred end of October, beginning of November of 2019. Is that correct?
Yes.
You also talked about, you asked Lori if she was getting used to the cold. Do you recall anything about that particular October?
Yes, it was a very cold October. It was an early frost and a hard frost. So the farmers were getting their potatoes early. I used to work for an ag company, and so the importance of the potatoes not freezing. And not only that, they were helping each other to get their crops out early. So it was a cold October.
When Chad and Lori were there, did they talk to you and your husband about plans for a future together?
Yes, they had talked about getting married, but they didn't know when or where yet. They planned on taking the kids to Disneyland at Thanksgiving time.
And did Chad tell you anything about his plans to write a book?
Yes, he told us he was going to Hawaii to write a book. But I didn't know they were going to live there. He just said he was planning on writing a book and going to Hawaii.
So Chad mentioned he was going to be going to Hawaii, correct?
Yes.
And he and Lori also mentioned their plans to get married to you.
Judge, there's been some leading here.
Sustained.
And this took place in end of October, beginning of November 2019.
Yes.
When they talked about taking the kids to Disneyland, do you know which kids they were referencing?
It was Chad's children.
Did they ever mention taking any of Lori's children with them?
No, I had the impression that she was an empty nester, and I assumed the daughter was older that had passed, from a disease or cancer or something, but I assumed she didn't have any other children.
Did Chad or Lori provide you any details as to how Lori's daughter died?
No, and I did not ask.
And Your Honor, I'm just looking at the time and now may be a good time to take a break in testimony for the lunch hour.
Okay, I appreciate that, Ms. Blake. We will go ahead and take the noon lunch hour. We'll take the hour and be back on for additional testimony at 1 o'clock.
All right, please. District Court's again in session.
All right, thank you. If we could please have the jurors brought in, I think they're lined up.
All right. Here's all prisoners counted for your honor.
All right, thank you. Please be seated. Okay, we're back on the record on case CR 22-21-1623, State of Idaho versus Chad Guy Daybell. We just concluded our lunch recess. Ms. Gilbert is on the stand under direct examination at this time, the state continuing. And I will remind the witness, you're still under oath for your testimony. With that, once you're ready, Ms. Blake, you can proceed with your continuing direct.
Thank you, Your Honor. And Ms. Gilbert, I think we left off, I'd ask you if Chad or Lori provided you any details regarding how Lori's daughter died.
No,
And you talked about going to clean a house. Was that Emma's house?
that was Emma's house when we took meals to her and that, and she had gotten quite sick. And so I'd gone to clean her house and for her.
At some point, did you learn that Lori's children were missing?
I did learn, I learned, let's see. I believe it was after in November, I learned that they were missing. And I learned who their mother was and that she was married to Chad. So my husband and I called Chad and asked him, are these her children that are missing? And he said that, yes, that it was a custody battle and that when everything came out, it would be fine.
And would this have been after Chad and Lori had told you of their plans to get married?
Yes, I think it was after they were married.
And after that visit in late October, early November, where both Chad and Lori were present, did you learn whether or not Chad was still in Idaho?
He was still in Idaho when they came to visit us. And then it's when I cleaned Emma's house, I believe. And that's when she told me they had gotten married.
Did you learn where Chad had gotten married?
Yes,
And where was that?
in Hawaii.
After his marriage, did Chad ever come to your residence again?
Yes, he came and showed us wedding pictures of their wedding there in Hawaii, and was quite excited to show us his wedding pictures.
And do you recall approximately how much time had passed between he and Lori's first visit to your house and then that second visit when they were married?
I think it was 2 weeks.
Were you surprised to see wedding photos?
Yes,
And why were you surprised?
I was surprised they'd got married so early. I was really surprised when they had told me they didn't know when or how, but then I was surprised that it was so early.
And you were friends with Tammy, right?
Yes.
At some point after that visit, when Chad and Lori showed you the wedding photos, did Chad come to your residence again?
Yes.
Do you recall approximately when that would have been?
He came after Lori was arrested in Hawaii, and he had moved back to Idaho, and he came and asked if he could, first asked if he could I think it was when her first bond was gonna come up. And that's when he asked us if we would put our house up for her bond.
And prior to asking for you to put up the bond, do you recall if he ever asked if he could live with you?
Yes, he did.
And what did you tell him?
Well, first it was, y- it was like an overnight, if he could be overnight. And I was okay with an overnight, but I could not let him live with us. So we told him that our daughter was going to move in and there wouldn't be any room.
And then he'd ask you to consider putting up some bond money or putting up your property, is that correct?
Judge, I'm going to object at this point. We're getting a little leading.
Sustain.
And I think you had previously indicated that he asked you about bond. Do
Yes.
you recall what he asked you in relation to that?
When he came in, he was quite upset, and he said he had to get her out of jail, and that he cried and said he said it was just killing her to be in jail, and could we put our house up for bond? And we asked him if he had family that could help him. He said no. And he mentioned another friend, I think. He said he couldn't help him. And we said we would think about it, and I think that was a Saturday. Sunday, we got a text from him, and he wanted to bring the bondswoman to our home and to meet her at our house that Sunday.
And did you in fact have another conversation with Chad about posting bond or putting your property up?
Yes, there was 2 conversations. This was the first one.
And what did you ultimately end up deciding?
No.
During your conversation with Chad regarding the bond, do you recall anything about the comment previously made about Lori's daughter dying coming up?
Yes, because I asked him, how many daughters does Lori have? And he said 1. And I said, well, when we met you, you told me she had a daughter that passed away. And he said, no, I didn't. And I said, yes, you did. And then when I asked him about the missing children, and he said it was a custody battle. So that's why I asked, how many daughters does she have? And then he denied telling me that.
Did you learn the name of Lori's daughter?
I only learned not through him. I didn't.
Have you since heard the name Tylee?
Yes,
Do you recall specifically talking to Chad about Tylee?
I did. When he asked about the bond, I was a little miffed that he had asked that. And so I thought, I'm asking you some questions. So I asked him, where are the children? And I asked him, where's Tylee? I said, she's a teenager. So I said, doesn't she want a life? And come out and say, I'm the missing girl. I want a job and a life and a boyfriend. And he just said, she didn't like people and she didn't like me.
Did something stick out about those statements?
He said, didn't.
So he used the past tense.
He did.
And backing up a little bit, do you recall a time in February of 2019 when Chad was at your residence?
Yes, he had come over. We were working on a bedroom floor, and he came over, and as he was leaving, that's when he mentioned that he had a vision or such that Tammy was going to pass away. He didn't know how or when, but before her 50th birthday.
And do you recall around that same time Chad saying anything about Tammy and games on a computer?
Yes, he had told my husband and I that Tammy liked to play some games on the computer, and that he had told her that her grandmother, I think, but she was dead, had come to him and told him to tell her that she was not happy with Tammy on the computer, that she was wasting her time on the computer.
When Chad made the comment about Tammy going to die, did Tammy have any health issues that you were aware of?
No, in fact, I kind of just passed it off. I didn't really take it serious, honestly, because she wasn't.
If I may have just a moment, Your Honor.
Yes.
I have no further questions, Your Honor.
Okay. All right, cross-examination.
Thank you, Judge. Ms. Gilbert, can you tell me how often on a weekly basis you would see Tammy Daybell?
We had our meetings on Wednesday mornings, and then I would see her on Sunday.
At church?
Yeah.
So, and how long were the meetings on Wednesday morning?
Oh, an hour to 2 hours.
Okay, and how many people were present at that meeting when you would see her for those Wednesday meetings?
There were 4 of us.
Okay, and that was about for 2 hours?
That was the longest.
Okay, that was a long meeting?
That was the longest we went.
Oh, the longest you go. Okay, and then as far as church is concerned, did you sit next to each other at church?
No, sometimes in our second meeting, we sat by each other because it was our presidency, but not in the first meeting.
Okay, so church would last about how long on a Sunday?
2 hours.
Okay. So you would see her for about 3 to 4 hours a week?
Yeah.
Would that be fair? Okay. And then after the birth of Emma's child, the Daybell family would sit at the back of the church. Is that right? You recall that?
Objection, Your Honor. Facts not in evidence. Counsel's testifying. Move to strike.
World.
So the location of where they would sit, generally, do you recall that they would sit in the front of the church in the beginning?
Not quite in the front, maybe the middle.
Okay. And then after Emma's child was born, they would, out of respect, they'd
Sometime,
move to
yeah.
the back. Yeah.
Mhm.
Okay. Now, do you have any recollection of Chad spending mornings at the Salem church every morning with his truck parked up there?
Objection, Your Honor. Facts not in evidence.
Overruled.
Do you have any information about Chad parking his truck up at the Salem church every morning
On Sunday morning?
every morning? during
Oh,
the-
no,
during
I
the
have
week?
no idea every
Okay.
morning.
And you do understand that Tammy's family was from Springville, right?
Yes.
And so it wouldn't have been particularly unusual for Tammy to have a service in Springville out of respect to her family over there, correct?
No, and I didn't.
Okay. You made mention of something about our presidency, and my notes say Bishop provided a meal. Talk to me about that a
Mhm.
little bit.
So the 4 of us in our Relief Society presidency, and I had contacted the bishop, and he wanted to be part of that. So us three sisters now in the Relief Society provided the meal, and the bishop included in on that.
And then my notes say the 26th of October is the date that Chad mentioned that he met Lori when he was talking with you, and he mentioned that he met Lori Vallow at a conference in St. George, Utah.
Right.
And that was sometime in very late of 2018, right?
I believe that conference was
Okay.
in 2018.
And you mentioned that the way you knew Lori Vallow was through a person by the name of Melanie Gibb.
Right.
And you know Melanie Gibb as someone who's deeply involved in the Preparing the People movement and those sort of organizations, right?
Objection, Your Honor. Facts not in evidence. Counsel's testifying.
Sustained.
How do you know Melanie Gibb?
I think, I don't know how we came upon her podcast, and I was trying to remember how we knew of her podcast. But I didn't know Lori, and so we just wanted to listen to Melanie's.
Okay.
And then that's where I heard of Lori, is through on her podcast.
So did you know of Melanie through the fact that she had a podcast, or did you know her through her participation in the Preparing the People movement?
I just knew her through the podcast.
Okay. All right. Thank you. Now, you mentioned that Chad talked to you about taking all of the kids to Disneyland. Is it possible they said Knott's Berry Farm?
I heard Disneyland.
Okay. Okay. Have you been to Chad's house?
Yes.
Okay. And is it fair to say that it's a one-story house?
There's an addition to the house.
Right.
You walk through a breezeway, and then there's stairs that goes up.
Right. And when you say an addition, it's more of a building that's.
Objection, Your Honor. Counsel's testifying. Witness has already said.
Sustained.
Okay. Are you aware that that attachment to the back of the house doesn't have any electric?
No, I wasn't aware of that.
Are you aware that the attachment to the house that build on doesn't have any heat?
Objection, Your Honor. Counsel's testifying. Facts not in evidence. Move to strike.
Sustained. Mr. Pryor, it's got to be questioning, not just testimony through your question.
Well, Judge, I'm asking her if she's aware.
Well, I know, but there's a proper way to do that with facts from the witness, not from you.
Do you have you been in that addition that's attached to the house?
I have.
Okay. Do you have any information about what utilities are available in that building?
I don't. I didn't look
Okay.
at that
Okay.
part.
And are you aware that nobody uses that?
Objection, Your Honor. Counsel's testifying or attempting to testify. Move to strike.
Sustained.
Do you have any knowledge about any of the family members utilizing any of that portion of the addition?
I knew that Garth had a ham radio set up, and I think a drum set.
Okay.
there. I don't know on their living conditions.
Okay. Were you aware of their living conditions in the primary residence?
I just knew of where Tammy's room was at.
Okay. And that's Chad's room as well?
I assume so.
Okay. And then in the other bedroom would be whose room?
I don't know which rooms the kids, whose room was what.
Okay. At the time of Tammy's passing, do you know who was living in the residence at the time?
I believe Garth was.
Okay. Anybody else?
I'm not sure if Seth was or not.
Okay.
He could have been.
Okay. And then obviously you previously mentioned something about Emma living kitty corner from the house, right?
Right. And then Mark was coming home from his mission, so he would have lived there, but
Okay.
not yet.
And the other daughter lives somewhere in Utah, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Now, you indicated that Chad openly spoke to you about the Disneyland, discussed it with you openly, right?
Yeah, just that they were going to take the kids to Disneyland.
Okay, so at around the time of October, when I believe these discussions were in October, right?
Right.
He wasn't trying to hide his whereabouts in any way, was he?
He didn't with us.
And he wasn't trying to conceal where he was going on trips and vacations, correct?
No, not with us, he didn't.
And he openly discussed with you his plans for the future, correct?
That he was gonna go to Hawaii and write a book.
Okay. And did you get the impression from Chad when he was talking about the children, that he felt the children were still alive?
I didn't know of missing children then.
Okay, well, that wasn't really my question. My question was, at the time he was talking to you about the children, did
Wait,
she,
I'm
go
sorry.
ahead. I'm sorry, ma'am. It's okay. I mean, I know this is nerve-wracking.
I'm
And
not sure which time.
Okay, it's okay. But at the time you've had discussions with Chad about the children, based on his demeanor, did you get the impression that he felt the children were still alive?
Objection, Your Honor, calls for speculation.
I felt like he was avoiding it. I didn't get, I couldn't get a straight answer.
Okay. So when he told you that when the truth comes out and that you felt it was a custody case, that didn't give you the impression that when the truth came out, it was a custody case, that the children's whereabouts would be told to everybody?
That's what he told me, but I
Okay.
was confused.
Okay,
from
it's
the other-
okay. Judge, that's all I have. Thank you, Your Honor.
Redirect.
Thank you, Your Honor. Do you have any idea where Chad went every morning?
I have no idea.
And you didn't talk about that, right?
No, I do know that because we didn't leave our home every morning, so I asked, sometimes we saw his vehicle wasn't there, so I think I asked him where he did go. He said he went to the college,
So not the church, but the college.
to the library.
And you've been in the Daybell residence, correct?
Right.
And you talked about there are stairs in that residence?
There is to get
Judge,
it.
Judge, I'm going to object. Mischaracterization.
Overruled.
So at least all of the residence is not one story. Is that fair?
Right.
And you were asked about Chad sharing with you his plans for the future. Do you recall that?
Yes,
And his plans for the future, as far as what he told you, were what again?
that he was going to Hawaii, but they did talk about marriage, but they didn't know when or where.
So the plans included going to Hawaii,
Mhm.
correct?
Right,
And the plans also included marrying Lori Vallow.
right.
When Chad first mentioned Lori's daughter, again, he referred to her as dead.
Judge, I'm going to object. There's not only is it leading.
Overruled.
He did. As I was asking her about her husband, and he mentioned that she just had a daughter that had passed.
So from that conversation, Chad knew or believed one of Lori's children was dead.
Yeah.
Are you aware that Lori's children were found on Chad Daybell's property?
Judge,
Yes.
objection.
Grounds.
It's no, I'll withdraw, Judge, at this point. That's fine.
Are you aware Lori's children's remains were found on Chad Daybell's property?
Yes.
I have no further questions.
All right, that will conclude the testimony then of this witness. Does the state have any intention of a recall of this witness?
No, Your Honor.
Will the defense intend to recall her or have her brought in your case in chief, Mr. Pryor?
No, Judge, I don't think so.
Okay, then you are released from any subpoena. Court appreciates your testimony and appearing for trial. You may go ahead and step down. Thank you. All right, the state can call its next witness.
Your Honor, the state will call Todd Gilbert.
Very well.
Solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
All right, at this time, then the witness has been sworn. Mr. Gilbert, before we proceed with testimony, I want to inquire as to whether or not you have watched any of the trial, either online or through any news media outlet or here in person in court.
I have not.
Okay, have you discussed with anyone else their trial testimony?
No.
Okay, thank you for your responses. You can inquire on direct, Ms. Blake.
Thank you, Your Honor. Would you please state your name and spell it for the record?
Todd Gilbert, Toddgilbert.
Do you know an individual named Chad Daybell?
Yes, I do.
And did you know an individual named Tammy or Tamara Daybell?
Yes.
How did you know them?
In 2015, I heard of Chad Daybell. He was an author and wrote books. And that's how I heard of him and that he was an author.
Had you read some of his books?
Yes.
And did you read those books before you ever actually met Chad in person?
Most of them, yes.
And then did you end up relocating?
Yes. We moved into the Salem area in Chad's neighborhood around March of 2017.
Did you meet Chad in person at that time?
Yes.
And did you also meet Tammy in person?
Yes.
And outside of Chad being an author, how did you come to meet them?
We were in the same ward with him, the same neighborhood. And so within a week, I believe we met him at church and introduced ourselves. And that's how it started off right there.
Out of Tammy and Chad, would you say there was one of them that you knew better or spent more time with?
Yes, Chad.
And how often would you see Chad?
Probably on the average about once a week, maybe once every 2 weeks, depending on time of year and that.
And was that generally at church?
Yes.
Did you see him at times outside of church?
Yes. Sometimes I'd see him on his lawn, or sometimes he had me come over and help him do some plumbing stuff.
And we talked about that you'd read some of Chad's books. Did Chad ever discuss his religious beliefs or his purported beliefs with you?
Yes, a little bit sometimes. They didn't ring true with me on everything. I thought, well, I had no reason to doubt him, but maybe they happened to him and things that he was going to see in the area and that. So.
And when you talk about things he was going to see, are those oftentimes referred to as visions?
Yes.
And did you talk to Chad about some of the books he had written?
Yes.
And did he share with you whether those were fictional or non-fictional?
Yes. He also wrote children's books earlier. I didn't read any of them, but he wrote a couple of different series. And I'd read the first series and the second series, and he was in the process of finishing the second series in 2019. And so we did discuss a lot of the different events that he had in the books, both series.
And was it your understanding that all those events were fictional?
Yes, they were fictional based on his dreams, visions, near-death experience.
So part of the books were based on his visions, at least.
Yes.
And then part of them was fictional?
Right.
Was your understanding?
Yes, that's what I understood.
When Chad would talk with you about his beliefs, did it feel like he was trying to teach you or just share them with you?
a lot of times we would just kind of talk about the events that he'd seen. At that point, he wasn't necessarily really trying to teach me anything. He was just talking about things in the future that was coming up.
And when we talked about church, what church is it?
The Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints.
And did the things Chad tell you always comport with standard LDS doctrine?
No,
And it sounded like you would be willing to listen to him when he would share these things with you. Is that fair?
yes, I would listen to some of the stuff he had to say. It was interesting.
Did you hold all those same beliefs?
No,
Do you recall Chad coming to your residence around February of 2019?
yes,
Do you recall anything about that visit that stood out to you?
yes. Myself and my wife were working on a bedroom floor trying to get some old tile out so we could put some carpet in. And Chad sent me a text, said he wanted to come over and talk to us. So he came over and we were finishing up, and he talked about some other stuff and on the way out, he says, I don't know if I should say this to you, but I feel like I should tell you that Tammy's mission is going to come to an end, or her life mission, before her 50th birthday.
At that time, did you know how old Tammy was?
No, I figured she was around 48, though, it seems like.
At some point, did you learn of Tammy's passing?
Yes.
Do you recall when you learned of her passing?
Yes. On the morning of October 19th, 2019, about 7 a.m., we received a phone call from Emma, Chad's daughter, and she was crying, and she said that her
Judge,
mom.
I'm going to object. Hearsay.
Sustained.
And did Emma seem upset to you?
Yes.
I think you indicated she was crying.
Yes.
At some point, did Chad take the phone?
Yes.
And at some point during that call, did you learn of Tammy's passing?
Yes.
Did you end up going to the Daybell residence that morning?
Yes, we did.
Do you recall approximately what time you would have gone over?
It was around 8:15 a.m. in the morning.
When you got to the residence, did you make any observations of Chad?
Yes. When we walked in the living room, all of his children were there except for Mark, which was on a mission. I'm not sure if his second daughter was there. And they were all sitting on the couch. And Chad he didn't seem like he was real sad, like I would expect somebody to be after their spouse had just passed on. He seemed kind of businesslike to me, I thought, and I thought that was kind of strange. And I know Chad's demeanor was a little hard to figure out because he was soft-spoken. So sometimes it was hard to tell if he was crying. So that's how it looked to me that morning.
And you said you arrived there around 8:15, you believe?
Yes,
So, Tammy had just been pronounced dead shortly before that. Was that your understanding?
that's what we understand, yes.
Do you recall Chad making any statements to you that day or having a conversation with him?
Yes, I was talking to him about it a little bit, and I said to him, I'd forgot that what he had told me in February about Tammy passing. I said to him, well, it looks like it must have happened. And he said, yes, it did. And he kind of turned his back away from the children, which were sitting on the couch. And he says that they didn't really know about it. They hadn't heard of it before. He hadn't told them.
And when you say they hadn't heard of it and he hadn't told them, is that referring to his vision that Tammy was going to pass away?
Yes.
Do you recall if Chad told you anything regarding how Tammy had died?
Yes. I asked him if he had any idea of what happened to her. And He says that she got up around midnight. She had a big coughing spell and she also threw up, and that she went back to bed. And then he told me that he figures she died around 2 a.m. and from an embolism or something like that. I don't know how he knew that, and that about 5:30, she rolled her weight of her body. I guess she rolled out of bed onto the floor partially, and he hollered for Gar to come and help her come and help lift her back on the bed.
So he told you it was believed the time of death was around 2 a.m.
Yes.
And then he indicated to you that 3 to 4 hours later, she rolled out of bed.
Yes.
Had you had an opportunity prior to Tammy's passing to observe her?
Yes, several occasions. We would see her shopping at Walmart. She looked fine, talked fine. We'd see her at church.
Judge, I'm going to object
lot.
at this point. It's becoming a narrative.
Overruled.
You can continue.
We would see her at church at least once a week. See her out in the yard when we was driving by, turning the corner, and she looked fine.
And you say she looked fine. Did you ever notice anything with regard to her appearing to have failing health?
No,
Were you ever able to make observations of Chad and Tammy together?
yes.
What did you observe about their interactions with each other?
When we first moved into the Salem area, I was assigned as a home teacher for the church to go to his home. And usually him and Tammy would be sitting on the couch and they were holding hands and seemed like a good couple. And then at church, it was a lot the same. When we first moved into the ward, they were pretty well halfway up to the front or even closer to the front. I did notice as time went on in 2019, start of 2019 to Tammy's death, that they were slowly moving towards the back like they were trying to hide or didn't want to be seen, or their demeanor seemed to be a little separate from each other.
And in relation to you and Chad talking, at any point did he decrease in telling you about his beliefs or different things like that?
Yes, that was about the same time, beginning of 2019 into 2018. He was harder to find him at church, I guess, to ask him, anything, and he told me that, the preparation world was slowing down a little bit. People were kind of tired of it, didn't want to know as much. And so there just wasn't as much going on. And he was harder to, I guess, corner to talk to.
And going back to October 19th, did you leave and come back to the residence that day, to the Daybell residence?
Yes. Well, after we'd been there a while, we asked Chad if the family would like breakfast. So we went to the McDonald's in Rexburg and got breakfast and brought it back to him. And when we arrived, there was more people there then. And so Gar said just to leave it on the kitchen table there. So that's where we left it.
At some point, do you recall having a conversation with Chad about what his plans were in relation to staying in the residence?
Yes. The day after the funeral, the same night that they had the memorial, I believe it was on a Wednesday night, we took him dinner over there around 6, I believe. And after talking to him for a minute, he said, I've got to move out. I can't stay here anymore. And so I asked him where he was going to move to. And he said he has a friend over on Pioneer Road in Rexburg that had an apartment that's not there all the time, and that he was going to move in with that person, which I figured was a man at the time.
And did Chad ever provide you the name of who he was going to move in with?
No, he didn't.
And you talked about that being after Tammy's memorial. Do you recall when her memorial was?
Yeah, it was the Wednesday after Tammy died. I can't remember exactly what date.
And do you recall that Tammy died on a Saturday?
Yes.
Did you attend her funeral?
Yes, we did.
And do you recall when her funeral was?
It was the following Tuesday, which was the 22nd, I believe.
And do you recall where the funeral was?
Yes, in Springville, Utah.
Did anything strike you as odd about the timing of the funeral?
Yes, it seemed like things were way hurried fast. We, going back to when Tammy died, when we were there, we asked him about, about the funeral, and we figured it was going to be a few more days than the following Tuesday. That seemed real odd, that like somebody had been thinking ahead of time.
Judge, I'm going to
Had that.
object.
Grounds
Speculation.
overruled.
You can continue.
That seemed real fast to have a funeral for your spouse that you were in love with. And so it just seemed real fast to us and odd.
And in attending the funeral, did you make any observations of Chad?
Yes, when we arrived there, we went in, and it was before it started. So we went in the viewing area, and Chad and his children are in there along with relatives on both sides of the family. And he was standing by the casket, and he seemed okay. He looked okay. We talked to him for a minute or two and looked at Tammy in the casket, and we felt like we needed a closure with Tammy because we'd known her, and that he just seemed like he was in a hurry to get it over with, kind of like, I guess you might say.
And then we talked about when you got back, you went to his residence after the memorial. Is that correct?
Yes.
Did you attend the memorial?
No, we did not.
And it's at that time that he let you know he was going to be moving out?
Yes.
Sometime after that, did you and your wife make contact with Chad?
Yes, I believe it's the following Saturday or somewhere in that area. We thought, well, maybe it'd be a good idea to run over and see how he's doing and take a pizza to him. So we gave him a call about 5:30 p.m. and he said, well, maybe I'll just hurry and come over and see you guys at your house. So like he didn't want us to come over to his place. So that's how we lined it up.
And did he in fact end up coming to your residence?
Yes, he got there about 6 o'clock.
And when he arrived at the residence, did you end up having a conversation with him?
Yes, he come in, and my wife had just got done making some cookies. So he sit down at the table, and we were kind of standing there just chatting, how he was doing. He wanted to know how we were doing. And then he seemed a little hesitant. He says, I need to tell you something. And he says, I have a girlfriend. And of course, we about fell on the floor, but, and he, I kind of felt like he was a little hesitant to tell us, and like we was going to have to prod him to say who it was. But then he said her name was Lori Vallow, and I thought to myself, I've heard that name before. And then I thought of a podcast that I'd heard her on.
Had you ever met Lori Vallow in person?
Not at that time.
And this occurred approximately a week or a little less than a week after Tammy was pronounced dead?
Yes, it's probably about a week and a half.
Did he end up telling you anything else about his girlfriend other than her name?
Yes, he said that that Tammy's mission was basically over with this earth life, and so his second half of his life was supposed to be with Lori, and that she was going to help him do his mission, and that she was beautiful and stuff like that.
And was Lori was not with him on that occasion, is that right?
No.
At some point, did you end up meeting Lori?
Yes, why Chad was still there. He says that Lori and her friends were going to be in the area, and that would we like to meet her? And we said, yes, we would. And so we worked in the Rexburg temple on Tuesdays. We had the night shift, and Chad said that him and her, or Lori, and a couple of her friends were going to be in the temple doing some work that afternoon and that they'd try to meet us.
And did you in fact end up meeting them at the temple?
Yes.
So the first time you met Lori in person, she was at the temple with Chad?
Yes.
At a later time, do you recall Chad and Lori coming to your residence?
Yes, it was 2 or 3 days after that, I believe.
And when they came to your residence, did you end up having a conversation with them?
Yes.
Do you recall what they told you?
They, when they first come in, they were real happy, excited, kind of like with each other. So we invited them in, come sit on the couch. They ended up sitting real close to each other, holding hands. And one thing we thought was strange, I seen Chad rubbing her leg, and I thought to myself, that's kind of odd. Your first wife has died within a week and a half, and you're carrying on kind of like a teenager sitting there that's first in love. So I thought it was odd.
Had you ever seen him act like that with Tammy?
No.
Do you recall them talking to you about their plans for a future together?
Yes, they said that they were going to eventually end up in Hawaii. And I guess Lori'd already lived over there. So they were going to go back to Hawaii and live permanently after they got things all wrapped up here.
Do you recall if they indicated their plan to be together?
Yes, they were planning on being together, eventually get married.
And do you recall if there was any conversation regarding Lori's former spouse?
Yes, while they were there, we asked him, the normal stuff you'd ask people when they come visit you the first time. Have you been married before? She said, yes, she had. That her husband had died of a heart attack in December 2018 is what she told us.
Do you recall any conversations or statements made regarding Lori's daughter?
Yes, we asked her if she had any children. She said that she had had several. And Chad kind of popped up and said that she had a daughter that had just died. And so we didn't know what to think of that.
When Chad mentioned that Lori had a daughter that had just died, did Lori say anything different?
No, she didn't say anything.
Do you recall if either of them ever mentioned Lori having a minor son?
No, I can't recall anything of that.
And after that visit, do you recall them coming to your residence on another occasion?
Yes, they came back. What was it? Probably about the second week in November, I believe, 2019, after they had got married. Why? And they kind of stopped in just to see us, and they wanted to show us all of their wedding pictures, which we thought was quite a few. And so then then they talked about how they had planned a family trip with Chad's children, the ones that were here, and yeah, all of his children, to Disneyland and Knott's Berry Farm around Thanksgiving time.
Did they ever mention taking Lori's children with them on
No.
that trip?
No.
And they shared with you their wedding photos?
Yes.
Did you learn when they had gotten married?
We was informed probably a week before that they had got married on the 5th of November.
In those wedding photos they shared with you, did you ever see a teenage girl?
No.
Ever see a minor boy?
Nope.
Did you see Alex Cox in those pictures?
No.
Have you met Melanie Gibb before?
Yes.
Did you see her in those pictures?
No.
Who was in the pictures?
Just Chad and Lori.
Did you ever have occasion to talk with Chad about how his kids felt about Lori?
Yes, when we would see him, he would already kind of bring it up himself that they were fine with Lori, that Tammy had appeared to him in spirit, I don't know, at least twice, and said that she was doing fine and that she understood the plan, that she was going to move on in the spirit world, and then that Chad's mission was to be married to Lori, and that his children were basically becoming fine with that thing, which seemed odd to us, but
And he specifically indicated Tammy had come to him in a vision or something,
yes,
and she'd indicated she was fine with everything.
yes.
After that visit around Thanksgiving, did Chad ever, or I think it was a little before Thanksgiving, did Chad ever return to your residence at a later time?
I can't say for sure, but it seems like it. There was about 3 different times.
And I think you said that your understanding was Chad and Lori's plan was to eventually move to Hawaii permanently.
Yes.
Did some additional visits happen before they moved?
Not that I can recall. The last time we seen him was before Thanksgiving.
And after they'd moved, at some point, did Chad end up coming to your residence?
Yes, he came to our residence after Lori was brought back to Rexburg and after he got back into the area.
And do you recall why Chad came to your residence?
Yes, I remember that when he walked in the door, he says that the Christ had sent me here to ask you guys if you would be willing to put your home up for bond to get Tammy out of jail. Not Tammy, excuse me, Lori out of jail.
Did you end up agreeing to do that?
No, there's a lot more things that had to be figured out before that was going to happen.
And do you recall being present for a conversation regarding the statement Chad had previously made about Lori's daughter?
Yes.
And what do you recall hearing Chad say?
I remember him saying that she didn't really like him too much and that so she would kind of stay away from him. She was like a typical college student.
And have you been to the Daybell residence before?
Yes.
Are there stairs somewhere in the residence?
There is one set that lead up to a room in the back part of the home.
I have no further questions.
All right. That'll conclude the direct. We can go ahead. Let's go ahead and begin with cross. I think, Mr. Pryor, where we're at. Yeah.
Good afternoon, Mr. Gilbert.
Good afternoon.
So the last question the prosecutor asked you is about a part of the house that has stairs.
Yes.
You're familiar with the Daybell house, correct?
Yes.
The brick part of the house is a one-story building. Is that fair?
Correct.
And then on the back is an attached building that has some stairs, it's almost like an attached garage. Would that be fair?
Objection, Your Honor. Misstates the evidence. Counsel's testifying. Move to strike.
How would you describe that attached building?
The mechanical room in the bottom, storage room in the bottom, and then just a room up above it.
And to your knowledge, did anybody ever use that for sleeping quarters?
I believe Garth might have once in a while.
It wasn't used for anything else but storage. Would that be fair?
Objection, Your Honor. Misstates the testimony. Move to strike.
Sustained.
Garth may have used it once. Is that correct? Or a couple of times?
Objection, Your Honor. Misstates the testimony. Move to strike.
Sustained.
The attached building that you're talking about, who used the building?
It looked like the whole family used the building to me. They had a ham radio up there,
Okay.
set of drums.
Was, to your knowledge, was there ever a bedroom set up there?
There was a bed.
Okay. Was there ever a desk or any office furniture,
Not that I'd seen.
computer?
Nope.
No kind of organized office up there?
No.
Okay. And do you know whether or not there was utilities available to that room up there?
I do not believe there was heat up there, so I don't think so other than power.
Okay, all right. Now, you mentioned the name Melanie Gibb a couple of times. You recognized her through some sort of a podcast, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay, now, is that something that occasionally you would listen to one of her podcasts?
Yes.
And is she someone who is involved in anything, any organization attached to the LDS faith?
No, not that I'm aware of.
She does something, are you familiar with the term preparing the people?
Yes.
And then she's involved in that organization.
To my knowledge, not really.
How do you, other than the podcast, how do you know Melanie Gibb?
When they had the Preparing the People conference up here in Caldwell, Idaho, over here, that in February 2019, we went over there and Chad introduced me to her.
Okay. Did you know Melanie Gibb from any other occasion?
I'd never met her. I just heard her.
And she spoke at that conference?
Yes, I believe so.
And on the subject of speaking at conferences, were you aware of Chad ever making statements at any of his conferences about Tammy's health or whether he has any predictions about her demise?
No, I never did hear him publicly say that in any of the conferences.
Okay. And did you have an occasion to attend these conferences somewhat regularly?
We attended 3 of them.
Okay. And the term avow came across as part of my research. Do you know what the term avow is?
Yes, it stands for, it's a website, but I can't remember what avow stands for now.
Okay. Is it linked to this preparing the people stuff?
No,
It has
it is a preparation website.
It is not, or it is?
It is.
It's a preparation website. And when we're talking about preparation, that's not necessarily anything that's inconsistent with the LDS faith, correct?
No,
I mean, there's no limitation through your faith saying you can't participate in this preparation stuff, right?
no,
And Chad was an active member in the LDS faith throughout the time you've known him, correct?
yes.
Okay. And the writing of these fiction books doesn't necessarily preclude him from being a part of his LDS faith. Is that fair?
No,
Okay. And he is entitled to his opinion as to how he would express what he believes versus what maybe someone else in the LDS faith would believe, correct?
correct.
Okay. You made mention of meeting at the temple and meeting Lori Vallow.
Yes.
I don't know the limitations of your faith, so that's why I'm asking this question. When you go to the temple, is there a limitation as to who's allowed to go to this temple?
Well, yes, you have to be basically an active member and have a temple recommend to get in the temple.
Okay, so what's a temple recommend?
That's where you go see your bishop, which is over the ward, and he asks you a set of questions to see if you're basically living the gospel.
Okay, so when you went to the temple, who you saw Lori Vallow there? Who else was there?
There was Melanie Boudreau, and I can't recall the other lady.
Okay. Now, are you aware if it was Lori Vallow who told Chad Daybell Tylee didn't like him?
No, it seemed like that's just what Chad said.
Okay. And you mentioned that Chad is a soft-spoken person.
Yes.
He's not a dynamic personality, is he?
No.
Somewhat shy?
It looks that way, yeah.
reserved?
Yeah.
Okay. And then you mentioned that the family was planning a trip to Knott's Berry Farm or I'm sorry, first you said Disneyland and Knott's Berry.
Heard both.
And this was in the second week of November, correct?
Right.
That's when you met with Chad?
That's when they come over the second time to,
Okay, so it wasn't a secret that they were planning on going on a vacation with the family to Knott's Berry Farm. That wasn't any kind of a
I
secret,
don't
right?
believe so.
Okay, the common knowledge.
Yeah.
And that had been planned. You said the second week of November. Could we be more specific about the time or date, or you just don't remember?
I don't recall. I would say it was about a week after they got married.
Okay.
Him and Lori, that is.
So would it be fair to say that by the second week of November, there were already plans in place to go on this family vacation?
Well, I would think they probably had plans then.
Right.
Yes,
And when we say the second week of November, are we talking like the 14th of November?
possibly.
Okay. And Judge, if I could just have a minute.
You may.
Thank you, Your Honor. Oh, yeah. So when you spoke to Chad about the circumstances surrounding Tammy's death, he mentioned to you that she had a coughing spell that night, right?
Correct.
And he mentioned to you that she had been vomiting.
Yes.
Did he say what she may have eaten that was causing her to vomit that night?
No.
Okay. And then there was some discussion about some sort of an embolism, or there was something with her head that went wrong. Is that fair?
He didn't say head. He just said embolism.
Okay. Okay. And then there was a discussion with Chad that when they discovered Tammy in the morning, that he called out to Garth. Do you recall that?
Yes.
And so that's what he told you,
Yes,
right?
that's what he said.
And then he also told you that when he called out to Garth and Chad had to pick Tammy up off the floor and put her back into the bed. Is that what you were
That's the
saying?
way I understood it.
Okay. Okay, Judge, I don't think I have anything else. Thank you.
All right. Blake, if you'd like to redirect, you may.
Thank you, Your Honor. Mr. Gilbert, you were asked if preparing a people is attached to the LDS faith. Is that specifically attached to the LDS faith?
No.
And were some of the things Chad discussed beyond the standard LDS teachings?
You mean when he was speaking in them?
No, sorry,
just-
let me back up. When he would talk with you, were some of the things that he shared beyond the standard LDS beliefs?
Yes.
You were asked about getting a temple recommend. If someone disclosed they were having an affair, would they qualify for a temple recommend?
No.
And you were asked about Garth and Chad picking Tammy back up and putting her in bed, and you recall them telling you that?
Yes.
You were also told that Tammy died around 2 a.m., correct?
Yes.
And you were told she rolled out of bed several
Yeah.
hours later?
Yes.
I have nothing further.
All right, then that will conclude the testimony of Mr. Gilbert. Is the state intending to recall him at any point?
No, Your Honor, Mr. Gilbert can be excused.
Will he be called in the defense?
I won't be calling him, Judge. Thank you, sir.
All right, you're released from any subpoena. Thank you for appearing to testify. Ms. Blake, would you prefer to start a new witness at this time or have a mid-afternoon recess?
Your Honor, we'll leave it to the court's discretion. We have a couple of additional witnesses. If the court wants to take an afternoon break now, that's fine. I think we do have one witness that would be a little shorter as well if the court wants us to continue.
Let's take the recess at this time and we'll continue on after that. So it's about 10 after. Let's try to come back on at 2:30, please.
All right, please. All rise. District Court's again in session.
All right, thank you. We do have the jurors lined up, I believe, so we'll go ahead and just have them brought in if we're ready.
Sure. All rise, please. Jury's all present at counter 4, Your Honor.
All right, thank you. Please be seated. Okay, we're back on the record on CR 2221-1623, State of Idaho versus Chad Guy Daybell. The jury's returned from the mid-afternoon recess, is properly seated. The state just concluded with the witness, Mr. Gilbert. And so at this time, I believe the state's prepared to call another witness. Is that correct?
We are, Your Honor. The state would call Janice Olsen.
You solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Yeah.
All right, thank you. Now that the witness has been sworn, I just need to inquire because of an exclusionary order in the case that doesn't allow for witnesses to view testimony. This trial's been live streamed and open to the public. Ms. Olsen, have you observed any of the trial since it started?
No,
Okay, have you discussed with anyone else testimony they've given in the trial?
no.
Okay, thank you for your responses, Mr. Wixom. You may go ahead and inquire on direct.
Thank you, Your Honor. Ma'am, will you please state your full name and spell it for the record, please?
Janice Olsen, JANICEOLSON.
Thank you. And where do you live?
Just a little out of St. Anthony.
And where is that relative to Salem, Idaho?
About 12, 15 miles away.
And what do you do for work?
I teach first grade.
How long have you taught first grade?
This will be my 30th year.
And have you always taught at the same school?
Yes.
Which school is that?
Central Elementary
And where is that school?
in Sugar City.
And I want to draw your attention back to October of 2019. Do you recall working with Tammy Daybell?
Yes.
And can you explain to the jury at work, how often did you have interaction with Tammy?
All day. We're just kind of in and out of our classrooms, in the hall, the lunchroom, in our teacher's workroom.
So is it fair to say you saw her multiple times a day?
Yes.
And you said the lunchroom. Did you ever have occasion to have lunch with her?
Yes.
How often do you think that would happen?
3-4 times a week.
If you were to think about the working relationship you had with her, how would you describe that relationship?
She was a friend, good colleague.
And when you interacted with her at school, did you have any chance or opportunity to observe her activity or her work?
Yes.
What did you observe about her?
She was very organized, on top of things. She always went the extra mile to get books into kids' hands and to make sure we knew what was in the library. And
Did you ever, I'll withdraw that. Where is the library in the school?
Down the hall. You walk in, and you just go straight down the hall and to the left, just after the lunchroom.
How would Tammy go and get students and bring them to the library? What did she have to do?
She would actually stay in the library. Well, she'd come around and gather books during the week if you had library that day. But then when it was our library time, we'd take our class down, drop them off at the library, pick them back up after they were done.
Outside of school, were you ever involved in any activities with Tammy?
Yes.
What activities were those?
She came to our high fit / Zumba class a couple times a week.
How often? Twice a week, you say?
Mhm.
How long is each class?
An hour.
Drawing again your attention back to October of 2019, I'm going to ask you just to speak of the last couple of months before that time. Was Tammy a regular attender of the class?
Yes.
And when you went to class, did you have the opportunity to observe her in class?
Yes.
And what did you observe her doing in the class typically?
Just following along, just like everybody else.
Did you ever notice whether or not she seemed to struggle in the class?
No.
Did she ever fall behind?
No.
Did she ever quit early?
No. Usually if she thought it was too hard, I mean, everybody does it. If they're out of wind for a second, they stop and march, or they just keep moving and then join back up.
Did she ever do that?
I don't recall if she did, but I'm sure we all do.
So just based on those observations, did you make any observations about Tammy's health or fitness level?
Yeah, she was active and healthy.
Did you eventually learn of Tammy's death?
Yes.
How did you learn of her death?
I had a student in my class whose mother worked with her in her church calling.
And how did you learn?
Oh, sorry. She called me that morning to tell me.
What was your reaction when you had learned of her death?
Shock.
Why shock?
Because I'd just seen her on Friday and she was fine, and she was at exercise class that week.
When you say you had just seen her on Friday, which Friday are you talking about?
Well, the Friday at school, the day before, it was just Friday at school, and then they got called Saturday morning. So
are we talking about the Friday before she passed away on Saturday?
yes.
And you said you had seen her there?
Yes.
Had you interacted with her that much that day?
I'm sure I did.
Did she ever mention anything that day to you about not feeling well?
No.
Did she ever mention anything about her health at all there?
No.
Did you notice her to have any kind of symptoms or appear to not be feeling well?
No.
Generally speaking, was Tammy the type of personality, did she ever complain about things?
No.
Do you recall her ever complaining about health matters at all?
No.
Again, focused on that last couple of months before she passed, did you ever observe whether or not Tammy had made any significant gains or decreases in weight?
I haven't. I didn't.
So is it fair to say she appeared to stay at the same weight?
Yes.
Your Honor, I have no further questions for this witness.
All right. Mr. Pryor, cross-examination.
Just briefly, Judge, thank you.
So if I understand your testimony, Ms. Olsen, is it true that the children were brought to Tammy for exercising their library time?
Yes.
So Tammy would not have to walk to the other end of the school to pick up the children and then walk them back every day, right? Correct?
Correct.
In other words, the children were as part of their hour, I guess I don't know how this would work, but as part of their library hour, the teacher's responsibility were to gather up their students, walk them to the library, and then at the return of their hour, the teacher would go back to the library, pick up the students, and bring them back to their class. Would that be fair?
Yes.
Okay. I want to talk to you a little bit about the Friday before Tammy passed away. As part of her duties as the librarian, That day was particularly busy that Friday because do you recall that she was trying to get all of the boxes and books together for the book fair?
Objection, counsel is testifying, Your Honor.
Sustained.
Do you have any recollection of Tammy preparing for a book fair that Friday?
No, I don't.
Okay, nothing else, Judge. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Redirect, Mr. Wixom.
Just a couple of questions, please. Ma'am, can you please explain for the jury, where was your classroom relative to the library in the school?
I'm right by the front doors, just as you come inside to the left.
So related to the library, where is that?
Well, I'm here and you would go down the hall around the lunchroom and she'd be just the first doors on the left.
Would it be fair to say that it'd be possible that Tammy could be walking around in the school and you wouldn't?
Goes beyond school.
Well, on those grounds, it's just for speculation, Mr. Wixom, so I'll sustain an objection there.
Do you ever see Tammy walking around in school at all?
All day, every day.
When would you see her walking? What would she be doing?
She'd be coming to gather up the books before we made it to library. For each class, she would be passing out books. If I had said I'm teaching about insects or something, she would gather up some really good insect books that she had in the library and bring them to our classes.
No further questions, Your Honor.
All right, thank you, Mr. Wixom. Mr. Wixom, would there be any need to recall this witness?
There is not, Your Honor.
Will the defense call the witness? Okay, if you're here under subpoena, you're released from the subpoena. Thank you for appearing and testifying in trial.
Thank you.
You can be excused. You can call its next witness.
Thank you, Your Honor. At this time, the state would call Taylor Ballard.
Swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God. Thank you.
All right, Ms. Ballard, you've been placed under oath. I just want to inquire before you testify. This case has been live streamed on the court's channel as well as open to the public to view the trial proceedings. Have you observed any of the trial testimony that's taken place since the trial started?
No, sir.
All right. And have you talked to anyone else about testimony they have given at trial?
No, sir.
Okay. Thank you for your responses. Mr. Wixom, if you'd like to inquire, you may.
Thank you, Your Honor. Ma'am, will you please state and spell your full name for the record?
Taylor Ballard, TaylorBallard.
And where do you live?
Rexburg, Idaho.
What do you do for work?
I'm a health insurance broker at Ballard Insurance Group.
How long have you been an insurance broker?
14 years.
Is that something that requires a license from the state?
It is.
Can you just briefly explain to the jury the difference between an insurance broker and an agent?
An insurance agent represents one carrier, one health carrier or company, and an insurance broker represents several.
In your work, do you help people get medical insurance?
I do.
Is that something you've done for the entire 14 years?
Yes.
I now want to ask you, do you know Chad Daybell?
On a professional level.
When did you first become acquainted with him?
October 31st, 2019.
And how did you become acquainted with him?
He came into my office to inquire about an individual health policy for him and his children.
And were you able to help him with that?
Yes.
Did he explain why he needed the insurance?
I was already aware he had been referred to us. He was losing coverage that day from his deceased wife's policy through her employer plan, who we also administer.
So is it fair to say you weren't surprised by his inquiry?
Right.
And when you said he was inquiring about coverage for his children, did he tell you which children he was trying to cover?
Yes, it was Seth, Leah, and Mark.
At that point in time, did he make any inquiries about the possibilities of adding a spouse?
No.
And just very briefly, what, under most medical plans, what qualifications does a dependent have to meet to be able to be put on a parent or step parent's policy?
On the individual market, which is what we were talking about, they need to be under 26, unmarried, and claimed as a tax dependent on the joint return.
So can a step parent add a stepchild to their policy?
Yes.
And during that initial contact and that request about insurance information, what information did you need to gather from him to look at what policies you might be able to help with?
These particular policies that he was interested in are based on income to see if you can qualify for assistance. So we discussed income as well as demographic information for him and the children.
What information did he give you about income?
He stated that without his wife's income, now that she had passed away, his self-employment of a book publishing company would operate at a loss.
Did you do anything to verify that status of income?
At that time, it was just verbal.
Did you later request that he verify his income?
Yes.
And how did you request that verification come?
I went to Health and Welfare to apply him for the benefits, and their interface was showing that his self-employment was reporting at about 30,000 profit annually. So they stated we would need a copy of his tax return.
Did you eventually request a copy of the tax return?
Yes.
And we'll come back to that. So it sounds like he initially told you he was operating at a loss, but you found out he was making $30,000 a year?
According to Health and Welfare's interface, yes.
Okay. And a moment ago, you also said in that conversation that you were gathering demographic information about the children.
Mm-hmm.
Can you, and when you do answer for the record, a yes or no, so the record will capture that. What demographic information were you gathering? What were you asking of him?
Children's names, birthdays, socials.
And so did he provide all that information with respect to the children he was trying to cover?
Yes.
After that particular meeting, when's the next time that you recall talking to him?
I texted him on November 5th, 2019, asking if he could provide a copy of his 2018 tax return.
Did he respond?
He did.
What did he say?
He responded that day saying he was out of town all week, but he would probably be able to stop by the following week.
Did he eventually produce the tax return?
Yes.
Okay. And then when's the next time you had contact with him?
November 21st, 2019.
And can you please explain the nature of that contact? Did you talk to him on the phone, text? Did he come in?
I reached out to him via text, and then he came into my office.
And what was your purpose in texting him that day?
Based on the tax return that was provided, it was proven that his business did operate at a profit, and so therefore he was eligible for different insurance than we had previously discussed. So we discussed what his options would look like for January 2020.
And in that conversation, what do you recall him mentioning at that point?
He had asked me if he were to get married, how hard it would be to add the new wife.
And if he said that as a hypothetical,
Yes,
so he didn't tell you that he had been married.
correct.
And what was your reaction to that?
I just told him that there's lots of variables and we could worry about that when we got to it if it happened.
In that conversation, did he ever later state that he had plans to marry?
When I responded with what I just told you, he said, look, I'm going to be honest with you. I'll probably be married by the end of the year. So I'm just curious what the process looks like.
And both of these statements came on the 21st of November, correct?
Yes.
At that point in time, did the two of you discuss any other potential dependents?
No.
At that point in time, did you gather any additional information or submit any type of insurance application?
Not on the 21st, no.
During that conversation, at any point, did Chad ever mention to you the names JJ or Tylee?
No.
When's the next time you recall having interaction with him?
December 11th, 2019.
And what was that occasion? Explain that to the jury, please.
He just wanted to make sure he was square for January of 2020. And so we discussed, he picked his plan and he paid for it.
Okay. So he actually applied for the plan on that date on December 10th?
In between the 21st and the 11th is when I had been doing the back work. And on the 11th, he was calling to follow up.
Did you have any conversations with him during that time frame?
Mm-mm.
Okay. At that point in time, when he picked his plan, did he pay a premium for the plan?
Yeah.
At that point in time, did he bring up the name JJ or Tylee?
No.
Did he bring up the name Lori?
No.
When's the next time? Well, let me withdraw that. At any point in time after that, did you ever receive any mail at your office for Chad?
Yes.
What did you receive, the best you can recall?
We received 5 letters. I believe 2 of them were from Health and Welfare and 3 of them were from Select Health, which is the carrier that he chose. They were addressed to him, but they had our address on them.
Is that something that may typically happen in your business?
Never.
So clients never forwarded or used your address to have mail sent to it?
Never.
Did that strike you as normal, cause any questions for you?
It definitely was not normal. We weren't sure why that was happening because all of the applications that we took and all of the online systems showed the address he had provided me.
So what do you recall as the next interaction with Chad?
March 11th, 2020.
Do you recall any interaction with him during December?
Only when he called to make his payment.
At any point in time after he made his payment for his insurance, had you learned anything about JJ or Tylee? Overall. May answer.
Yes.
What did you learn about them and when?
December 23rd of 2019, I was in Health and Welfare doing other business and it got brought up to me as if I was asked if I had heard about it yet.
Just generally speaking, what had you learned about JJ and Tylee?
That Chad had remarried someone who had 2 children and they were missing.
Did that cause you any concern at that point?
Yes.
What was the concern?
Well, I was just confused. I didn't know what to think of it because when they first mentioned that children were missing, I wondered if it was the children that I had helped him insure. And then it also made me question his deceased wife's.
In what way did you question that?
Can you ask me that again?
In what way did it make you question his deceased wife?
I was just curious of the timing. It just seemed fast.
Let me ask this. Did your office handle any insurance for Tammy before she passed?
Yes.
What insurance policies did your office handle for Tammy?
Health, life, disability.
So did you at any point in that time period look at any of Tammy's insurance policies?
Yes.
What did you look at?
I checked to see what her life insurance amount was and if it had been paid out yet.
And what did you find?
That it had been paid out and that her most recent open enrollment, which was in August for September 1st effective date, that she had upped it to the max.
And is it normal for an insurance broker to look at those types of things?
Yes.
Why?
To make sure the beneficiaries are correct, to make sure that we have the right amounts on there since it has to do with their income, what they qualify for.
And I believe you were starting to try to explain, you did have a contact with Chad on the, was it the 1st of March or when was the next contact?
March 11th.
Thank you. Can you please describe to the jury what was the nature of that contact?
He had come into my office to inquire about getting health insurance for his wife.
At that point, did he tell you who his wife was?
Yes.
Who did he say?
He said her name was Lori Daybell, and he wrote her name on a sticky note, Lori Ryan Daybell.
Did he happen to mention to you when he had married her?
He said November 5th, 2019.
What was your reaction to his inquiry about adding his wife at that point?
Well, he had stated to me that he had stated to me that she was incarcerated, and so I told him she wouldn't necessarily need insurance right now, but he was worried about something happening to her. And I told him she would be covered under the state as long as she was incarcerated.
Did you have any further discussion about how to potentially insure her if she were to no longer be incarcerated?
Yes, when he told me the date of marriage, I told him that that was outside of the enrollment window. It had been longer than 60 days. He said that she should be getting out the following week. And I told him that we could use that as a qualifying event.
So was a plan made then at that point to do so if she became unincarcerated?
Yes.
Just the general nature of that conversation, was there anything unusual about that conversation?
He, no. No.
At any point in that conversation, did he ever bring up anything about his computer?
I was going through all of the information, confirming what was different and what was the same. And when we got to the income, he said, they confiscated my computer, so I haven't been able to pay myself yet.
And what was your reaction to that?
I said, they.
Okay. And did he explain who he's talking about?
He said, the FBI.
Did he say anything else to you about the situation in that conversation?
About the confiscation?
Just his personal situation generally.
Just that he was wanting to make sure that he, his wife, and his son, Mark, would be covered.
And in that conversation, did you ask him any follow-up about adding dependents?
I did.
What did you ask him?
Back then, the application states, is there anyone else in your household, whether they need coverage or not? Is there anyone on your tax return, whether they need coverage or not? And so I just went through those normal questions.
And in that line of questioning with him, did he ever mention JJ or Tylee?
No.
Why did you go through the line of questions with him specifically? What was your reason?
That's what I would do with anybody. It's the questions that are on the application.
Having learned about JJ and Tylee's missing status, did that cause you any concern when you were processing this paperwork for Mr. Daybell at that point?
Yes.
What was the concern?
Just, I mean, it was all over the news that they were missing, and him saying that just validated that they were.
What about concerns relative to the insurance policy?
It made me think we may have a fraudulent life payout.
Explain that, please.
I was worried that Tammy's death may have not been an accident and that the life premiums may have been paid out when they shouldn't have been.
You said premiums, the life premiums?
Sorry, the life insurance money.
Now, relative to the health or medical insurance he was seeking at that time, did his lack of bringing anything up about JJ and Tylee cause concerns about that health insurance coverage?
Yes.
What was that concern?
To me, it seemed like they weren't going to need any insurance. All that he was asking about was him, Lori, and Mark.
What happened next?
Back then, everything used to take overnight to update. And so we parted ways that day. And I told him that I would reach out when the premium rates were ready the next day.
And did you do that?
Yes.
How did you do that?
Text message.
Did he respond?
Yes.
How did he respond?
Text message.
Okay. Did you at some point talk to him again?
Yes.
What was the next conversation and when?
March 16th, he reached out to me. He had gotten some notices saying that his wife Lori's identity was not verifying. They were notices from the health and welfare saying we can't verify her information. Can you provide us with more?
Did he provide anything to you?
Yes.
What did he provide?
Their marriage certificate and her driver's license.
What happened next in terms of contact with Chad?
Between, let's see, that was March 16th. We talked again on March 18th, letting him know it was resolved.
Any further contact with him?
A few days later, he reached out about another notice that he received. I let him know that it was taken care of. And I think that was March 26th. And that was the last time I talked to him.
March 26th was the last time you said?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yes.
Anything come up in that conversation about his status or his dependence?
No, not about the dependents.
What did anything come up in the conversation at all?
I mean, yes, we small talked. He mentioned, I told him to let me know if anything changed income wise or otherwise. And he said, I think it's going to be a pretty tight year. I don't see anything changing.
At any point, did you ever send any follow-up text to him about his dependence?
On March 12th, which would have been the next day when I let him know the rates, I just sent him a text message that said, all right, for a household of 3, this is what your rates are going to look like. This is what the insurance situation is.
Did you have any reason for sending that besides just letting him know what the rate would be?
Just to one final time make sure that there was no one else in the household we needed to count.
And what was his response?
He said, sounds good. That's great.
Now, going back to the life insurance, do you normally, is it one of your roles in the office to work with Tammy's employer relative to the life insurance planning?
Yes.
And what role do you play in that?
For her school district, I had done the presentation of the open enrollment presentation explaining the benefits, and I gave her life insurance election form. That was the extent.
What do you explain in that open enrollment process?
Just what the benefits look like for the upcoming contract year, health, life, disability, and we show them how to calculate how much life insurance they can elect voluntarily.
Excuse me. At any point in time when Chad had come into the office, did you ever notice anything that he was wearing?
Microphone, please.
Leading,
Overruled.
Yes.
What did you notice?
Uh, when he was in my office on November 21st and inquired to me about if he were to get married again, my eye was drawn to his wedding finger and I noticed he was wearing a ring. And I wondered if that was his ring from Tammy or if it was an engagement ring for the new wife.
Did you notice the color of the ring on that occasion?
Yes,
What was the color?
turquoise.
Did you happen to observe or notice what type of ring it was?
It just looked like a turquoise wedding ring.
Okay. Later on, at any point in time, did you ever observe him to be wearing any other type of ring?
Yes, when he was in my office on March 11th, first of all, he looked thinner and tanner. He looked quite happy, but his ring was black. It was different. And so my mind thought, okay, the turquoise one must have been from his marriage to Tammy, and this is his new one.
Your Honor, I don't have any more questions at this time.
All right, thank you. All right, cross-examination, Mr. Pryor.
Good afternoon, Ms. Ballard. You had an occasion to be interviewed by Officer Mattingly, is that correct?
Yes.
And in reading that interview, I noted that you mentioned that one of the first times Chad approached you about insurance, he was referencing insurance for Seth, Leah, Mark, and just Chad. Is that correct?
Yes.
And that was on the 31st of October?
Yes.
Okay. And then it wasn't your unusual practice, but you helped the family with the Medicaid for Seth and Leah, if I remember. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. So the initial request for insurance was just for his children that weren't covered, correct?
Yes. The whole family was losing coverage that day because it was through Tammy previously.
Okay, through the employment, correct?
Correct. Yes.
So the death of Tammy would cause a loss of coverage for the entire family, correct?
Yes.
Now, on the issue of the enrollment period, in regards to the school district, you mentioned that you went to the school and you put on a presentation. Is that correct?
Yes.
And at that point, it was the teachers that were there and the librarian, and that you were presenting just to them. You weren't presenting to the entire family. Is that right?
Right.
So at that point, if they were eligible, it would be the teacher's decision whether they would elect to increase or decrease their insurance, correct?
We give them a deadline of when the forms have to come back. It's very common for people to take those home and discuss them with their family.
Okay, good. And the enrollment period for the Sugar School District would have been when in September?
I think the forms were due back September 15th, and they would have been effective September 1.
And do you recall when you gave the presentation in September?
I gave it in August. It was August 23rd, 2019.
August 23rd?
That's my memory.
Now, were you aware of the fact that Daybell family had other insurance other than the insurance they were getting through Tammy?
As far, no.
No Primera, you weren't aware of the Primerica policy that Tammy and Chad had prior to the school district insurance?
Objection, Your Honor. Counsel is testifying.
Overruled.
And the base insurance for a first-year teacher is set at what with the school district?
I have no idea.
Okay. And do you have any idea what the cost is per unit of insurance to go up to the 80,000?
I can't think of the rate, but it goes 5 times your salary. So what she had elected ended up being 80,000.
And that's relatively inexpensive insurance, would you agree?
Yes.
So it wouldn't be unusual if it's manageable to try to seek the maximum amount of insurance.
Agreed.
Was there any discussion about other insurance options on Lori Vallow's other children?
No,
Was there ever any discussion that Lori Vallow's children were living somewhere else in the country?
Lori Vallow's children never came up.
And in any regard whatsoever?
No, sir.
Okay, all right, Judge, that's all I have. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Ms. Pryor. Any redirect, Mr. Wixom?
Can I have just one moment, Your Honor?
You may.
Your Honor, at this time, we have no redirect.
Okay, that'll conclude the testimony then of Ms. Ballard. Is there any intention to recall her from the state?
Judge, at this point, the state's not prepared to release her from the subpoena.
Okay, so Ms. Ballard, that means that moving forward, you may be recalled to testify again in this case. And because of that, I'm going to admonish you not to watch any of the trial testimony that's continuing because it is available for the public to view. That way you will be able to not violate an exclusionary order, have an issue if you are recalled to testify since you're still under subpoena. So with that in mind, thank you for coming in and testifying today, and you can be excused.
Thank you.
You're welcome. All right, let me next ask the state then, given the time of the afternoon, is there another witness you wish to get started on, or would you request that we conclude for the day?
Your Honor, we do have another witness. However, they are going to be significantly longer than the 14 minutes that's left. It would be the state's preference if it's all right with the court to start that to finish up now. However, we will defer to the court.
Okay. Given the timing, I do think it just makes more sense to start off with a fresh witness and not break them up as they just get started in testimony. So I will go ahead and determine that we'll conclude for this afternoon. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, again, thank you for always following the court's admonishment to not discuss the case amongst yourselves or with anyone else while we're on break until tomorrow. Please don't do anything to review or investigate the case. Avoid any media coverage you see of it to the best you can so that you can remain unbiased and only make your decisions on the facts you've heard here in court. So thank you for those in attendance today for complying with the court's conduct order as well. With that in mind, we'll be in recess starting again tomorrow morning at 8:30 with additional testimony.
All right, please.